in the, what was it, like the Happy Train Wreck or something like that. Or no, it was the Merry Train Wreck. It was a randomly generated name by the game. It's fine. But we are going to be picking up where we left off in Oxygen Not Included. For those not familiar with Oxygen Not Included, it is a colony building game. Let me slow this down. Also, the music you're hearing is not the game's music, because the game is one of those ones that the music really steps out of the way. And eventually that quietness gets to be a whole thing. We have research going, apparently. Alright, so we're working on our plastic research. But, let's see. You can never reach the rocket building stage, even at 150 hours. Yeah, no, it's a really good game. There is a lot to figure out. So, we've got our early game going on. I've got some bedrooms going on here. We've got a mess hall. You're just going to see there's junk laying around literally everywhere. I got like a little laboratory, all that kind of stuff. We got a tiny little farm area, but we're doing perfectly fine on calories, so I could kind of ignore doing more. I'm starting to make a whatever the word is for a place you keep animals that I'm suddenly blanking on. Not a farm. A pen. What? We're gonna throw animals in there. That's what we're gonna do. What is the name of that? Stable. Stable. We're gonna make a stable here. And we're gonna take these things called Flox here, the adorable fox with antlers. Those antlers are made out of wood. So what we want to do is we want to put the Flox in here, and if we have everything set up and done correctly, what'll end up happening is the Flox will poop dirt that it can use for fertilizer and such, and we can take their antlers for wood. So we're going to go ahead and get all that going. It's going to take a little bit of work going on, but that's fine. This is one of those games they end up having lots of projects that you work on. Some of them will take a long time to see through. But this game is a lot about balancing things. Generally speaking, in Oxygen Not Included, everything you do, you go, I need more food. Let me build this farm. Okay, well, you've built that farm. Well, the crop you have here, if we look at the pikeberry, this plant you have here, give me the actual plant, please. This plant you have here, it needs phosphate, or phosphorate. So it needs phosphorate to live. So on the plus side, I'm getting food out of it now. On the downside, I'm consuming phosphorate. So now I need phosphorate. Okay, well, where does phosphorate come from? Well, phosphorate is produced by taking mammoth poop and smashing it, or feeding the Drekos. It'll give phosphorate. I don't have Drekos, but I do have mammoths on the map. So then we have the mammoths on the map. Well, the mammoth down here, if I want to keep one of them alive, they need to eat plum squash. Alright, well, that means I need plum squash. Okay, well, where do I get plum squash? Well, plum squash requires ethanol. Well, I need the ethanol. Well, the ethanol I get from taking, well, I mean, that's just literally same ethanol. The ethanol, on the other hand, I can get out of using an ethanol distillery on wood to then make this. Which now means I have a full rotation. Because, again, the Flox that were the whole thing that began this whole headache produce wood. And you get where all that's going. And so you'll have lots of stuff like that. But then there's other byproducts as well. Some of those processes, for example, will produce heat. Okay, well, that means I have heat now, that I'm slowly producing more and more heat, and there isn't a natural, like, dispelling of heat in this game. If I make heat here, it goes somewhere. And in reality, what'll happen is I will be producing heat in this thing. It'll heat up the air slowly around there, which will eventually go and start going into the walls and all that, and eventually start going into all this ice and snow and melting it, and eventually our people will start dying from too much heat. So I gotta figure out ways to dump the heat out of the map. And you get the idea. It's all a balancing act. That, obviously, what I went into just showed there makes it all sound very, very complicated. And in a certain degree, it is. But also, it sounds much worse than it really is. I'm gonna let you continue making your stair there, or ladder. But a lot of the game is that balancing act of, okay, I have too much X. How do I get rid of X? Well, I make Y. I have too little Z. Well, to make Z, I cause Q. And so there's a whole lot of, I got this problem, I fix this problem, that's created a problem, okay, how do I fix that problem? And you can, when you get to late game, make fully enclosed systems to handle certain things. Alright, so it's our however many day thing. What are you? Idelion? Well, I don't want another dupe right now, so I'm going to go ahead and get the seeds. I think these are decorative seeds. Yeah, it's a decorative plant. So this plant doesn't actually give me anything, so far as, like, functionally, like, I don't get food, but it adds decoration that makes my people happy. So it doesn't really consume anything, but it also doesn't give anything, but it does give a appearance bonus. But yeah, so right now what we're working on is, one, I'm trying to hollow out this space. This is eventually going to get warmed up to a temperature comfortable for my dupes. This has to stay cold outside here. That's what these purplish pink blocks are about. They heavily resist temperature change. So I'm going to put one thick layer around here, and then I'm going to follow it up by making it a second thick layer. Because if you make that 2 layers thick, it actually really helps insulate the temperature change. Now, these doors are the weak point. That as those doors open and close, they let a little bit of air back and forth. That does bleed off, like, you know, let a little bit of the cold in, a little bit of the hot out. We have run out of wood, which is a really big problem. Which is why this is such a priority, is to get the Flox pen sorted. I also just realized I made this tall enough I can't actually cut those large blocks in the top. I think I'll choose to ignore that problem for right now and leave that for later me to worry about. So that's one project. So yeah, I've got, this is one project to get the pen. The second project is to enclose this space, so as we start producing heat from all the various processes in here and it starts warming this area up, we keep that heat in here. A third project is getting all of these liquefiable substances outside of the heated up area so they don't liquefy and make a colossal mess. Once this warms up, I'm going to probably put down here somewhere a pool for poo water and fresh water so that I can take the poo water and I can process it back into fresh water, and then I have fresh water available so that as my dupes need water, it's handled. Yeah, so this needs to be just a tiny bit warmer than it is, which will happen naturally. Some problems I also have is if we look up here, there's, I say it's warm, it's barely above freezing. There's a warmer area up here, and there's no abyssalite. There's like a gap in the abyssalite here. This is slowly going to bleed heat into this area. The good news, I got these wheezeworts that will somewhat mitigate it. We'll deal with that. Eventually, I want to get up here to where space is, but that's Mercury. Mercury is like super duper cold, but it melts at almost minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, which is the same as minus 40 degrees Celsius. Even though it's like 38 or whatever. But the point is, it's almost where those two units match, so it needs to be very cold to not liquefy. So the moment I poke through there, I need to get it managed, because it's going to leak everywhere. The other thing is I'll need a double airlock up here because we're going to be potentially venting out to vacuum. And people can probably figure out what happens with that level of pressure differential. It's not as violent as it would be in real life, but it's also not great. We can probably poke through here. Let's poke through here as another thing to do. And the reason I want to do that is this wheezewort naturally makes things cooler. And generally speaking, while the cold can be a pain, it can be a problem, usually hot is your bigger problem. So I want to poke through and get these wheezewort exposed so they can slowly cool off the air here to try and counter where I'm going to slowly be warming up the air here. Got more stuff down there. There are many endings to, well, any win conditions to oxygen not included. How dangerous is the radiation? A small dosage of radiation isn't bad. So if we look at a radiation map here, I've got like the one little bug flying around here. I don't really care. I've got one of my people themselves is radioactive. The Wheezewort are fairly radioactive, but the way it works in the game is if we look at like Luxray just walked past someone who's radioactive. So you absorbed 0.88 rads. That will gradually go away on its own. Rhetorical Answer here, who is the one who is physically radioactive themselves, while they're awake, they just gradually build up radiation. But then when they go to sleep, it stops having that effect. And it's just about right that they clear all the radiation by the time they wake up again. The big concern with radiation is if you've got something radioactive and people spending a lot of time near it. So say I have this, like, the shearing station. For whatever reason, I got something really radioactive right there. That's when things get really dangerous, where the person is standing right next to the radioactive thing for an extended period of time and slowly building that up. Alright, so we're going to tell them we want to bring Flox in here. So as I wrangle Flox, put it in there. We will want to have a very small amount of food for Flox brought here. And what we'll ultimately want to do here is... I just realized we don't have that set to dig. And what we'll ultimately want to do here is get that powered. So radiation itself isn't that bad unless you're getting very, very regular and continuous exposure to it. Prolonged exposure to radiation. Like, if we were just straight up living in this biome, the poor people in here would die. Eventually it gets to the point of really, really dangerous. But usually that requires you to have a situation you've created that's exceedingly dangerous, prolonged exposure kind of thing. Alright, so we need to clean that spot up. It's blocking that path. So what I'm looking for... Do I actually have the game music still going? There you go. The music for the game is fine, but it does have a tendency to kind of sit in the background completely out of the way a little bit too much. Now, as I recall, somewhere on the starting planet, you can get these cool plants that eat animals and produce hydrogen. So yeah. But so you think there's a stat on each duplicate where you can see the exposure value and the absorbed radiation? Yeah, no, I showed that a moment ago. That you can see we've absorbed 0.92 rads. And the longer they go not being exposed, they'll recover every time they use the restroom. The idea is that they're supposedly like flushing the radiation out of them at the restroom. But it is a thing you gotta worry about. It's kind of one of those things just to be careful to not just completely ignore it. Alright, so this wire can handle a little bit more on it. How much do you need for power? 60 watts? It's not bad. So while this is going to be a bit of a wire run and exacerbate other problems, I'm going to connect that up to this main system, because right now I have just the one power production. This will become more and more of a problem as I put more and more on that manual generator. The person will have to just keep doing it. There's things about tucking your wire into your wall so that you don't take the appearance penalty. I'm not going to worry about that yet. We're going to end up having lots of changes in this place. I'll probably end up having to put a more, like a heavier power line later in the game, so having it be a little spotty at the beginning is not that big a deal. Alright, so you got that enclosed, so you can take that apart. Yeah, so it looks like we're doing really good on getting our insulation layer built. And they're getting the last of this ladder so we can get to all sides of the outside. I'm going to want to carve this area out and that area out eventually, but it's not an immediate priority because as this warms up, that's all snow and everything. Once it hits 32 degrees Fahrenheit, it's going to start melting. And once it starts melting, I'm going to have a mess. And honestly, cleaning up your messes in oxygen not included is a reoccurring problem and a pretty annoying at times problem. All right, we're gonna pick up the speed now. We've explained some things. You also have a stress stat on here. So Lux right here is getting gradually stressed. That is a problem, right? Like, it's a short, like, right now it's not a big problem, but it's going to eventually become one. There's a couple different ways you can do stuff, like you can have, like, a rec room where they can reduce their stress by doing different stuff, like going to the massage table or whatever. I'm actually gonna see what the requirement for that. Yeah, massage clinic, so it only needs to be 12 blocks in size. I might just chuck it up here and call it a day there. That way, if someone's stress starts to build up, we can get ahead of it. Because if it gets too high, they'll start breaking stuff. So 12 blocks is really not a big room. Then go here to... where was it? Was it medical it's under? Yeah, so we would want the massage table. And what was the requirements for the rec room? For the massage room? You need one decor item and a massage table. So we're going to keep it a nice, really small room for right now. So we are going to enclose it so it is a room. And then we need a decoration item. I don't have many options yet. So I'm going to put a sculpting block here. And that'll make it satisfied for that. This is yet another thing that requires power. That's 240 watts. That's actually a big power draw while it's in use. This one I'm going to go ahead and run it through the wall for now. But we're starting to reach that point where this power line is not going to be able to support much more. Because we're at 488 power without the other two things connected. That'll be 60, so that'll be 548 power. And then we're going to add this here, which is another 240. So that'll be 780 power. So I'll only be able to get like one or two smaller things on there before I then need to go through and switch it out for something else. Let's go ahead and make that metal or stone. Because I need to be getting rid of all this ice and snow that's everywhere. Like in this ice liquefier I've got here, which I probably need to bump up on its priority really high. That's eventually going to need to go away. Luckily, once this starts getting warmer, this will become unneeded. Because I will just have pumps and liquid water in here. Right now I require this to boil the water, sorry, not boil the water, liquefy the ice into water so I can put it into my sinks and my research bench and all that. Alright. So we're getting those power lines set up. The game does have skills and all that you level up. So you have on one hand just like what their level is in something. So if I mouse over, you'll see over there it says like excavation 15, creative 3, husbandry -3, athletics 2. But it also has like skill points. So the idea is as I level this up, I can choose to get these kind of things. And like this lets me break materials that I otherwise, even if I hit like 20 excavation, I still can't mine that until I like mine certain materials until I take that skill. And the heart just means this character has a passion for it. So if we look here where it says I need a certain amount of morale to have these skills, like everything here has a significant morale requirement to it, versus the ones they have a heart for don't. And that morale is why we have stuff like we have a barracks, we have a mess hall, so that's +3 morale, +1 morale. This doesn't add morale, but it makes our lab stuff work better. Okay. Starvation. We have 66,000 kcals of food. If you're starving, that's what we call a U problem. Was that someone leveling that I just saw? Oh, they didn't level. They got an attribute, so something like athletics. That's actually one thing I find kind of nice that I sort of wish RimWorld could consider is having like some attributes are like basic athletics or whatever. So that way, you know, that person who they spend their whole day stuck on the stove or stuck on the research bench where they only walk a couple of tiles here and there all day, that they would remain relatively slow pawns. But the one who was like hauling, who was always running half across the map and back, that even if it was only like a little 10% increase in movement speed, it'd be nice to have like a little bit of recognition to, hey, this is a pawn that has a fairly sedentary lifestyle, versus this is a pawn who is on their feet always and forever and really trucking around the map at all times. The second one should probably have a little bit better movement speed. Because I feel like that would also be an interesting way of changing our playstyle a little. Because if you're min-maxing RimWorld right now, you make this microscopic base that has just the needs covered, and you only make it as big as you need it to. Because having stuff closer means people can get from A to B faster. There's the efficiencies of movement, as well as like it keeps your wealth lower and yada yada. But if you now have to consider like athleticism of your thing, that maybe it's worth your time to not like there's a negative for being that level of efficient. That adds an interesting consideration. Alright, so that should qualify as a massage clinic. So as we see people starting to stress out, if anyone gets over, we'll say 15% stress, you drop what you're doing and you get that. 15 is a very low percentage for setting that, but that can help keep ahead of things. Later on, we'll probably make it higher. This game does have mood breaks, just like RimWorld does. The difference is what you have for your mood breaks. This one, you don't have like murderous rampage or stuff like that. They have preset ones. So like one person, when they have a mood break, they'll just sit there and cry. Another one will go and trash your stuff. You know, one will start stress vomiting. Alright, so this should qualify as a stable. Cool. And we have no critters in there, but we do have the ability to have critters in there. So let's get some of these critters that are kind of in a bad location right now. And start with those ones and get them moved in here. So Luxray's going to bring those critters into the stable over here. And then with that, they will be able to get that wool, or sorry, not the wool. They don't have wool. They'll start being able to collect the wood off of them to start getting our people to not be freezing half to death every night, producing more heat inside here, and all that good stuff. Alright. And so one thing we'll need to watch is this will tell us the mood of the animals and all that. So its mood is satisfied. If we do put too many in there, they'll start getting all whiny about it. So I'm going to go ahead and wrangle these ones here, because they're going to be trapped inside my perimeter. I'm basically trying to grab all the Flox that are inside here, because as this warms up, it'll become no longer hospitable for them. So we get all the all of them from out here. We can also set it so when their population gets too high, they will grab them and take the extras outside and release them. We are probably going to do something a little evil with that later. That there are plants that eat Flox and make hydrogen, and I really, really like hydrogen. Hydrogen's pretty awesome in the game. So, you know, we might feed adorable little fox things with antlers to carnivorous plants. You know, as you do. All right, let's probably make that 10 kilograms. I have no idea how much we need for that. Hydrogen has always been there for you. Exactly. Flox, where were you when I first needed to have basically like any amount of survival because our bodies are partly made up of hydrogen. Yeah, eventually this will start saying crowded. We'll figure out what that number is, and then I'll set this to not allow more than that many creatures, and then we can go down here and have like a release point just to dump them back out to the wild. Alright. I need you to actually fix that toilet, please. Yeah, so you took too long wrangling them and taking them there, so they're popping free. Because when you wrangle them like that, they eventually get free and they go back to doing what they're doing. Well, the good news is, even though they're really cold, because our dupes very, very slowly emit heat, and a lot of these other things, like these batteries emit heat and all that, we are very slowly warming up this interior space. It'll eventually get itself resolved. And where these ones, like this one down here, is a little unhappy because it's a little too cold for it. So it's a little glum. These ones up here seem to be content. That's a decoration. We'll go ahead and grab the plum squash. I'm not ready to do that. I believe that requires ethanol to grow. And while we do have liquid ethanol various places around the map, and there are means of getting it, right now I'm getting more than enough food out of this little spot here. We can worry about a lot of that later. Okay, so you have potential load of that. What's the load of the fridge? $120. Alright, and that's gonna be like the last thing we attach that circuit, because that wire can only handle 1,000 watts, and will have up to about 908 watts possible on there. You can technically have more than the potential load on an area and be fine, but that does require you to not have certain machines running at the same time. And then you always run the risk of those machines all coming online at the same time, and if you overload the circuit, it'll start taking damage until it destroys pieces of the wire. Yep, speaking of liquid ethanol, as they've been mining through this, they have released some liquid ethanol. As you can see, as they walk into it, they're getting major eye irritation, which will stress them out over time. So we go here, it's -4 athletics. Oh, actually, it doesn't cause stress. It just makes them go slower. Yeah, so being sopping wet causes a lot of stress. Being cold causes them a little bit of stress. So this is going to plummet down into this area. That's fine by me. The big thing I'm trying to do is making it so we can get around this whole area. And once I've got this ladder going the whole way up and down, I'm just going to go back to carving this away down to the point it doesn't exist anymore. So this is all open. Probably the same over there. It might honestly be worth it for me to, now we'll leave that door. That'll be our west-facing door. I will be making the insulation too thick all the way around. It's just gonna, get the first layer before we worry about the second layer. Meanwhile, I'm gonna regret doing this. Oh, that's the mop tool. This is the sweep. Please sweep everything immediately around here. Because all that has, like, a beauty / how the place looks penalty. So we want edible and cooking ingredients in there to go in the fridge, because that'll make the food last longer. Alright, later on we're going to want to make individual bedrooms. The class action lawsuit is going to be crazy. They made us walk through a waterfall of liquid ethanol with level 2 protection, and we should have had level 5. Luckily, as far as the governments of the world are concerned, dupes aren't people. It's a very controversial take. Since they eliminated people and they made 3D printed people. But you know, as the enterprising entity that benefits from this incredibly heinous stance, we see no fault. Why do you think we do this on the inside of an asteroid where there's no prying eyes? Yes, I believe it was rhetorical answer is our runner. Alright, get you wrangled. Yeah, so if I remember correctly... Yeah, so we need a critter pickup point here. And I need a critter drop-off point somewhere. Just to kick the critters out of that spot. Like I said, that's for when we run into the problem where there's just too many. For right now, I'm going to probably just bump it down here. We'd want a better place for it later. Another thing we can also do is we can make a natural park. It requires to have a certain number of plants in a little area, and if my dupes happen to walk through it, then we get a benefit from that. Ooh, actually, can I make that a natural park? Suffocating. Oh, he's doing this garbage. This is where, okay, move to, I'm overriding your sensibilities. Move to over there. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. You're almost to air. You can do it. Okay, you're fine. So, one of the things that happens is you can get into a cycle where just the way the air is moving, the dupe goes down here and says, oh, my nearest air is there. And so it starts going up there, and then the air goes one block out of range. It goes, oh, my nearest air is over there. So they turn around, they start walking that way. And then, you know, that one gets out of the way. And then this one gets back away, and they go, oh, my nearest air is over here. And they'll just run back and forth until they suffocate. Hey, Ants, I'm having a good weekend. Yeah, thanks so much for the checking in on that. So it is those things that, as I mentioned, the dupes are dumb. The dupes are real dumb. The dupes are really, 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 really dumb. We cannot express the level of dumb that the dupes are. Where literally if they chose to run one way or the other, it would ultimately work out for them. But, because they panic, run back and forth, it being the one and only wrong answer, you get how that goes. So what I was saying is, what were the requirements for a really nice park? So a nature reserve requires 4 wild plants and a park sign. It must be between 32 and 120 tiles inside. So it said 4, because there's 1, 2, 3, 4. We'd have to go a little bit below that to not let the snow go. I think there's actually a couple plants over here too. Yeah, actually I could make this one little area here. That would be a park. Now the catch is they only get the bonus if they cross through it. Usually the best way to make a park is, there's these animals called pips. We're probably not going to have those for a long time just because of the nature of this specific map. But with pips, they will randomly plant a seed on any natural block. So what you end up doing is you end up getting the pips, you drop them in an area you want to make a park with seeds in that area, and just let them do their thing till they plant it. Yeah, it looks like there's 3 bushes right side by side there. So if I manage to cut around this way and grab those, I could make that into a park. The big catch is making it so people have a reason to go through the park from time to time to get the mood bonus. Because if you get really lucky, sometimes you can have, like, right here, put a park, like, right next to your area early on. I didn't even think about it till now. So that they always, like, run through the park, like, when they're going from their mess hall to that. Wait, are those plants considered wild when they're planted by pips? I believe so, yeah. I'm pretty sure when pips plant an animal, it's considered, or plants a plant, it's considered wild. If you plant it, it's no good. But if the pip just does its thing, I believe it does qualify as wild. Because it does get the, when you look at the stuff here, there'll be wild growth. If it says that up there, you're good. Why are you saying that those are wild growth? That's not, you're literally going against me. Oh, additional domestic growth. Yeah. Additional domestic growth. Versus this one does not have additional domestic growth. So no requirement needed, that's good. The other place we could potentially make a park is if we could find a bunch of those Wheezeworts nearby each other. I could make it a park that also doubles up for cooling purposes. But again, for the morale buff, they have to be in there. Ooh, except there's a problem. Let's not bother doing that. And the problem with that is if I put a park in here and it's plants that require it being ice cold and in the snow, and this space is going to warm up, it's going to make for a pretty lousy park when it melts. I do want to get a park, though. There is an achievement that I haven't done for having one of every single one of the main rooms. I think you need a nature reserve or a park, not both, but I could be wrong. But you get the idea. So we'll probably let that get cleaned out, and I won't worry about reliably getting that morale bonus, but we'll just set up the room somewhere. And the greenhouses for the plants, these ones I've all done. The hospital has not as much use, so I haven't worried about that. This will eventually make into a great hall. I need fancy decor and a rec building in it. Actually, speaking about that, I believe we have a rec building I can put into her. Yeah, because you're a rec building. And I'm looking for one that says fancy decor. I think if we get one of the better statues, that'll do it. But that'd also be good just to get a rec building. The water cooler. That does give you a slow drain on your water supply, but it's another thing to help with dupe moods and all that. Reduce stress, all that kind of good stuff. Because you see, like, I've got one person here, a Lux right here, who's starting to build up some stress. And their primary stress contributor is being sopping wet and soggy feet. So they are slowly losing that stress. Alright, so we got our next research done. I am right now not really focusing on any specific research, just working our way down. Is it worth it to use that feature of the pips to create a no-cost farm? There's a yes and no. So there's a lot of rules around how they work that, if I remember correctly, they'll only plant so many plants within an area. So I couldn't get here and have the pips create this solid layer farm. They put something like up to 4 plants in a certain range of each other. So it can be something to give yourself a little bit, but as your colony grows, realistically the running between the plants is going to also be a negative in its own. So there's an A and B there. I don't know what, like, the min-max strategy is these days or whatever. Just that there is kind of a pro and a con of it. So it wouldn't be one of those things you could build, like, a scalable farm that you could have, like, a really big thing of, like, 15 dupes running around and having them solely survive on pip-planted crops. Not unless you had a lot of people doing the farming so they could run around the entire map to get all those crops. Alright, so we got the polymer press. We'll deal with that later. And the oil well. Both of which we're going to deal with later. Because we will want the plastic and all that. Right now, I'm just trying to get all this set up. How are you doing? Are you upsetty spaghetti from being overcrowded? Nope. So far, they seem to be content. Mood happy. Okay, once we get this last one of them inside, I'll have all the Floxes inside this perimeter. Right, and it's, yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and say all standard, low priority. And you've got this to not allow, like, not accept more than 20 critters, and to get rid of them if we get over 20 critters. So what we want to do here then is we'll figure out how many of these it takes before they get glum from being overcrowded. And we'll set these both to be one below that, so that the moment it starts getting overcrowded, they grab them and they go. Yep, we got our first of our wood back. And now everyone's grabbing the water and taking it to where it needs to go. And so you got that now, so it's time to start knocking this down. We'll start by mining that, then we cut this down, then we cut this down, and we start chopping it all down. So we can start getting all these materials out of here. So that's good news. We've got an area for our flocks that are running around here. They're all satisfied. It'll slowly groom them to make them domesticated. I don't want more people right now, so just take the plants that we could potentially decorate later. We do have the composter. Well, I mean, the composter is actually putting out a lot of heat, so it's probably not that bad. We do have some polluted oxygen in here, which isn't good. We'll want to deal with that. There's a couple ways you can do that. I'm trying to remember where you are. Was it medicinal? There was in here somewhere. There's a tiny little thing for processing air. I might not have it already. I'm thinking I don't have it right. Oh no, it's oxygen, isn't it? No, we just don't have it right. There's a little filter that'll absorb polluted oxygen and clean it up. So it's probably one of those things. I just want like a little thing down here for the polluted oxygen. Or realistically, when we go to make our clean and our poo, like our clean water pit and our poo pit, that we enclose that space inside here where it's going to be warm, but that we're not polluting the rest of the place. And I'll put the filter inside there to handle all that. All right, so Luxray gained a skill level. So we are going to give Luxray a second level in taking care of the critters. So that Luxray is maxed out in their critter taken care of. And we'll have to figure out where Luxray moves their skills next. Okay. And so things I want is, as things go on, the wood actually adds a decor bonus to everything around it, and it's a really good one at plus 15. These floor tiles, it depends on which one. That one's a 20% decor, because it's granite, so it's plus 6, so the wood's way, way, way better for that. Both of them get the run speed and all that. It's it wouldn't be bad for me to get that decor bonus on all of the interior space and use the granite for stuff like insulation tile and some of the other things. All right, we are starting to move all of our ice out of here, so that's good news. Okay, you've got that sorted, so let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. So mine all that out. How's the dupes? The dupes are duping. Haven't had any die yet, though we had one put themselves in danger where they're doing the run back and forth trying to reach the air. Could go either way and be just fine. but the indecision was making them run back and forth to a significant detriment to their well-being. But we did save them. We did intervene and protect them from themselves. So one of the other things we're going to end up needing to do later is either one, I'm going to have to get the aloe vera. So these you have, yes, you have to be very cold. So those will have to be moved outside there. Eventually I will need to pump out the carbon dioxide and pump in the oxygen. We're not quite ready to tackle that yet. I'm going to definitely want to have a power source that isn't my dupes running in a hamster wheel for long hours. The good news is with having a source of wood now, that should gradually fix that problem. Breathability's getting low. Ooh, breathability is getting low. Alright. I did not see that problem building up. Let's go ahead and get ahead. Insufficient resource of oxalite. Yeah, so we are slowly running into the problem with air inside of here. That's just thinning the atmosphere. Which is interesting that the atmosphere is thinning. We have actually carved out a very large space. So it's probably not that we're running low on air, so far as, like, ratio-wise. It probably is the fact that we've just opened up so much space that air pressure is getting so low that that's creating a problem. For the moment, we can lock this open. This will allow the carbon dioxide to bleed out from here and allow some of that oxygen to come in until we got that sorted. Because I'll let the carbon dioxide sink to this lower area. I am noticing I have pulled up a lot of the aloe vera, which may be a mistake on my part. But we probably want to go down here somewhere and make our oxygen farm. Let's give it a little bit of gap from this side over here. So let's start working on that. So I want to give it a little bit of a gap from over here. That way later I can enclose it to pump the carbon dioxide in, have it processed, pump it back out. We won't use the aloe vera long term because it does consume ice to do it. And while ice is snow. And while snow is renewable because of the surface of the asteroid gets bombarded by ice, that becomes very difficult and problematic to sustain. But it is a good solution until we get down to some of these things. Because, yeah, we can convert water into oxygen and hydrogen gas. That'll actually be a pretty good choice for us in the long run. The algae can also work if we have a source of algae, which is the problem, is we do not have a source of algae very much in this map. There's a little pocket of it up here, but that's all I've seen so far. And that little pocket's not going to do a whole lot for us. So I want to give them a chance to carve through that. I'm gonna keep working on mining all this out. Alright, so let's plan for our oxygen stuff in the future. So we're going to use the food tiles. And let's double check the aloe vera. What do you need to be happy? Yes, aloe vera seeds. They breathe carbon dioxide and they consume... It's actually a pretty decent amount of ice. 20 kilograms of ice is not a trivial amount of ice. But it does produce a decent amount of oxalate. You know, actually, it's just slightly not a one-to-one between the oxalate and the ice. So it's actually not that as terrible as it looked. It is a loss. There's some level of loss there, but that's okay. When we start getting to geysers, that'll be way better. So let's go ahead and plan for you to be around here. We can go over here. Tuck a tile or two over there. And then we can go down here to duplicate this. And we'll start with 10 tiles there. We'll get that to start being the aloe vera. And I'm also going to go down here. Build a second sconce there. And a third sconce there. So what should happen is as we get this set up, they'll grab snow. It's right here. They'll run it over there, put it in these. These will make oxalite. They'll run that up here, put in these sconces, and all that. And that should slowly fix things. Hopefully we get that sorted out soon before the air gets too thin. We'll get there. Another bonus is we are also getting carbon dioxide in the space, because like I said, the problem seems to be more that we don't have enough gases here. So it's not the mix of the air. It's just literally the air pressure is getting too low inside our area. And so I need to increase the air pressure. So by bringing the oxalate in here and then having it off gas, I'll be introducing new gas into the area to build up the pressure. And one of the nice things about the oxalite is once the pressure gets high enough, it stops off-gassing entirely. Just telling them to keep actually working the plants to be at a higher priority. That's fine. They'll get there. And we will say that keeping the things pumping air into our space are the higher priority. So that they work on keeping that life support running at basically all times. I believe for our needs now, because you can reach that. So once I get over here, we can tear down those blocks. All right. Now that does mean this whole lower area will slowly fill up with carbon dioxide. And that'll be a problem for as we try and take our longer and longer ventures down here. It's just going to be this big carbon dioxide pit. We probably don't want these this close, but I'm just choosing not fuss about it because I definitely don't want to try and depend on the aloe vera to mid game and late game. They're totally fine for early game, but mid to late game, trying to keep those as a primary source is going to be a problem just because they need, was it ice? Oh no, you need ice. Okay, I thought you needed snow. Ice is way easier to handle, because anything that produces water, you just make it cold and you get ice. There was something that needed snow, and I remember snow was a problem because water in this game will naturally go to ice, and to get it to form snow was way more of a hassle. Okay. And for this point, we're just now trying to get the last bit of this torn down before we can start working on the next spot. Okay. Still trying to clear that out. Okay, so we're officially at cramped. How many are in here? We are storing 7 right now. So let's go ahead and say 6. And take you. And say 6 here as well. So that way they start taking them out of there automatically as it gets cramped. And it can be a thing where we could have multiple rooms of these to give us even more wood. I don't think I necessarily want to depend on strictly wood power. When we get the smart the smart batteries, it could be worth us to build a wood generator. It would produce a lot of heat, which is, you know, arguably a good thing in here. It also produces a lot of carbon dioxide, which is good and bad. We just need to get it to drain out of the space into where the aloe vera are so they can slowly absorb that air and produce the oxalite. Because seriously, I need that oxalite going. But that should work for us soon. Because as you can see, the breathability is slowly going down. But also we're getting a significant temperature difference inside and outside. It's about 7-8 degrees Fahrenheit and climbing. Which is what we want. We want this area to slowly warm up. Yeah, you can reach that from down there. This you can do those 2 tiles. I didn't think that through. It's fine. If we toss 1 piece of staircase there, they'll be able to do it. Alright. Okay, I really need you to get me some more. Do we have other pockets of oxalate I can expose pretty easily? Not like just 1 or 2, but a nice little pocket of oxalate. I don't think we can. I believe we mined out almost all the oxalate in this area. There's like 1 tile there, which won't be, like, me mining there will open it more than I'll benefit. It's fine. Ooh, oxifern. We will want that later. So if I remember with the oxifern, that's another plant that converts carbon dioxide. The difference is where my other plant requires it to be really, really, really cold. This one basically needs it to be normal temperatures. So the good thing here is once this space warms up, I can put the oxifern inside my perimeter to help. Now, the downside with the oxifern is it is going to consume a great deal of water to produce the oxygen, as well as dirt. But dirt is a byproduct we're getting from the Flox already, so we're also covered. And it's only the tiniest bit of a loss between the water and the oxygen production. So that's not terrible. What that means is later on, if I get a geyser that gives me a good source of water, that means I can use the oxifern as a source of constantly processing the air. Alright, so we can disassemble you. Tear that down. Okay, if we can carve all this out, then we just clean up that spot, and then the rest can be carved out from below. They can insulate that side, and it'll be just this. Alright, and how goes the wood supply? Still working it. are people who are storing stuff or still running around storing stuff. The good news is this is all ice and snow here. That's all I'm putting in those boxes. So that's telling me I've got a really generous supply to work with for right now. You wonder if there's a volcano in this biome? In the biome, no. In the planet, certainly. I've not actually ever been to one that didn't have one. She-Wolf gained a skill point, so that's applied science research. So She-Wolf is getting super duper smart in the sciences. And we've got that already. Oh, they can't mine up there. So pop that. So we got that queued up, so they'll go over here. The other thing we can also do is enable the auto harvest. See if there's any other plants that are reachable that we should be auto harvesting. Because any and all food we can reach is still food we can reach. It's free. It's there. Yeah, so you're upset about the comfortable temperature. It's weird. It's weird that, like, those are always out there where it's really cold, and these things actually want relatively warm temperatures, which confuses me. Because the crops and stuff they're eating are down here are still very cold. Am I overlooking something? Are you actually... Am I missing a negative sign there? No, it says the comfortable temperatures is way higher. So the good news is our breathability is starting to recover. These oxalate filters, if we look here, they're gonna start putting off little spots of air there. The carbon dioxide is gonna keep going down here. It'll keep sorting ourselves out. So we should start to see where the oxygen starts to get denser up there. All right. We got that to mine down there. Get that to mine over here to get to that Wheezewort and get us a little bit more visibility. If we mine straight over this way, that'll get me access to that. We can mine here. And then there to get access to this area. Okay, you're still cold over there. We can do that to get access to that area. So basically I'm going to start working on trying to spiderweb out wherever I can to, one, get myself access to other materials I want. And to help try and get visibility on more areas. I want to dig over here because there's lots of poop we can use. Yeah, so I'm trying to, like, punch into a whole lot of these side rooms here. Because I want access to a lot of this ethanol and all these other things later. I don't think I can get to that room in a way that matters. We can go here and mine all that out. Hey, how's it going? Mine those two tiles. Actually, you won't be able to get up there. That's fine. Submit bioscan, submit bioscan. Alright, and that'll open up for that Wheezewort and explore over that way. Yep, I said hi. Alright. That's a hard area to get to. Because this is supposed to be our our gross water pit. But that just hasn't happened. This is a really warm area. And you can actually see there's a gap over here somewhere I remember seeing. Where this warm area, we notice there's heat bleeding through down here somewhere. Just slowly melting the ice down here. There's also a gap here where there's no abyssalites that'll slowly bleed through here, which is connected to our whole area, that it will gradually bleed heat into our area. We'll need to figure out where that is, either plug up that with insulation, or embrace the heat, or whatever we decide to do with it. But at the moment, we're just working all this. Okay, so for you, we want to go ahead and... You wish you could understand English? Yeah, no, I hear you. It's not really a good way of approaching this. I think the answer is going to be... We cut away what we can here. We slowly work that way. This just gets obliterated now. That talk can go away. Our breathability is kind of sustaining. Like this one's air is all getting caught up in this one spot because it's not opened up. When I open that up, it'll spill out and help out more. Polluted dirt. Why did you leave that next to the compost pile and not in the compost pile? Yeah, so we're going to have our people running around dealing with all that. We've got our source of water. They are slowly cleaning up the area. I'm not seeing any extra wood getting stored yet, but this thing's full. It's complaining about our batteries running out. I don't actually care about that. That's fine. As long as we're stuck running in the wheel, that's just going to be a constant thing. But that's okay. Alright, so with that... Oh, actually, they were able to reach it. Yeah, so you just keep carving away at that, and that'll be fine. Yeah, so you can already see where that's helping the airflow. You can almost see, like, the wave of air coming out here, where it's all bunched up in this spot, but it couldn't get around all that rock. Now it's going to start working its way up and around. Yes, you have insufficient, so we won't worry about that. These are doing their thing. Starvation, no need for it. You've got plenty of food. Go eat. I'm a little worried about planting too many of these. I'm kind of curious with the oxalate. Why so much space? Basically, I'm opening this area to be our warm interior space and leaving that cold. I probably shouldn't have carved it all out. That's actually the thing that's hurting me right now, is our air is so thin that our air pressure has gotten too low. But I'm trying to get the full area insulated to separate out. Alright, we got research going. Like I said, I'm not worrying about what we're researching. We're just working our way down for right now. We got ourselves more power options. I missed one. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and say 4 more. Copy settings. That probably won't apply to their build, but that's fine. Basically, I didn't want to really... I want to be careful on how many I make of these. But we will let it continue to spill carbon dioxide down here. This isn't going to be enough flow. Like I said, we're going to go ahead and try and get stuff solved inside this perimeter later. I will have to pump air in and out. I am planning on making this our freshwater hole, and that's our gross water hole with all the processing down there, since inside here will be warm enough for liquids where outside won't. We got a lot of people with skills. So let's go ahead and take Canhawk, and you now can do hazmat digging. We got rhetorical here. We can have another level in tidying. And we got S2D Vitez here, who up until now has been exclusively building. We do have that maxed. Let's go ahead and get them to have supplying, so they can carry stuff more when they're doing their building. It'll save them trips. All right.
Thank you DigiGuy801 for subscribing for 7 months.
Thank you, DigiGuy, for the tier 1 sub. I do appreciate that. 7 months sub to the channel. I do really appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot. Yeah, no, I know I've got a big open space. This will be fine. For the record, I'm not new to Oxygen Not Included. It's been a little while since I played, but like I've finished the game plenty of times. This isn't a game you need to min-max. There's room for min-maxing, but there's no necessity for min-maxing. So, I'm being a little too forward-thinking in the doing too much ahead of time when it's too early game for what I'm doing, which is something that is going to hurt me. Alright, so inside the space, we're still well below freezing. We'll get there. We'll get that insulated. That's fine. We are slowly going to be building up the air pressure inside of here. Ideally, one of the things that would be nice here is to go through and add like a wood burner in here to start producing more heat inside this area, as well as start increasing the air pressure by dumping out carbon dioxide. But unfortunately, at the moment, we don't have the surplus wood. We've got our wood production here. That's started. It's going to take a while. But this should start warming up. We will need to be pumping air in and out of the area, but that's going to be a thing that's going to take a little bit. Once I get this cleared out, we're not going to worry about it. Like, I'm going to punch into a bunch of these side rooms and all that. Again, because we want to explore for geysers and all that, because geysers are effectively infinite resources. And see what all we can find. Did we actually punch through some new places? We did. I didn't even notice that they did that. Well, don't worry about it. Inspect that. That's fine. There's nothing of interest. We have the teleporter building. That could be useful. The spigot seals are really good. They eat this and they poop out, I believe it was liquid ethanol. So that's pretty awesome. We haven't gotten quite to the point of digging over to this area yet. That'll have to wait till they get that all sorted out. That's fine. We already dug over there before, so there's nothing new to see here. You haven't cleared up that area yet. Alright, so let's take a look at our temperature, see if we can't spot any geysers out in the outer edges and all that. Because it is a thing... Yes, that's vacuum. There is a thing where, when you look around, you can see the, I can't remember if it's like Nutramine or whatever. The ground that the geysers are on will be a slightly different color. They'll usually be like a green. Because it is basically neutralized temperature entirely. Nah, no luck. Yeah, so we're looking for some of those guys and all that, because like I said, they're effectively unlimited resources. Alright, clean all that up. Saltwater, sure, why not? I don't have a use for saltwater right now. But even more, I don't need more people. People breathe. And if they breathe, they consume air. And I don't want that. Yeah, they'll just spit out carbon dioxide so we won't lose pressure. We'll just be trading one for the other. But you get the idea. Because you're dumping out a little bit of carbon dioxide. About 4 grams a second, which is not much. But we'll get there. Yeah, this area around here is almost getting below freezing. Meanwhile, smart storage, automatic dispenser, shipping stuff. think we could leave this alone for right now. Alright, so let's plan for the water and the poo pit for the time being. Those shouldn't need to be super big. Let's make it 8 wide. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Because with that, I'll be able to put like the liquid reservoirs, like 3 of them, and a water pump in there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You can put that there. In the meantime, we'll go ahead and make a platform that comes across for it. We'll also put ladders for the meantime. And on top of that, we will probably want to go here and choose to have the water mesh blocks. So that way, problems that cause spillage, we've got that. And we'll get that all started. But then we will want plumbing. We won't do anything with this yet, but the idea is we'll take fresh water, dump it down, gross water, dump it. Actually, it should be fresh water here, gross water over there. That way there's more of a path that has to come out before we have the polluted oxygen get by. We can put like our little air filter here so all the polluted air doesn't get through. We'll move the composter over there. So again, that way all the polluted air and all that we keep mostly trapped back in this space. We could use that again. We'll have like the sieve or whatever we decide to convert one to the other. It'll all be there. None of that matters too much in the short term because it is way below freezing here right now. So it's going to take a little while before that's warm enough to matter. One of the other things we will want to do is put an extra layer of the insulating block. Usually I find you need a double layer. With that door open, we are dumping stuff out, which is the whole thing. Like I said, we're gonna probably need some pumps. What's your plan for the new Bionics? I'm gonna do it. I just don't know what I'm gonna do with it. I didn't research the DLC at the time, so normally I won't research DLC because I want to go into it, you know, being someone who just like said, "Hey, I bought it," and learning as you go. Because I think there's value in demonstrating when you get a DLC or whatever, if the game does a really poor job of explaining, teaching you, showing you the stuff, there's value in that, knowing that that's that way. I'm not saying that's what's happened here, but so far, a lot of the Bionic dupes I've seen have not impressed me, such as we had the one who had really high skill in construction, but also had a negative that made them terrible at construction. And that a lot of them couldn't gain levels in doing a lot of stuff just in general for a whole mess of reasons. So there is a lot I'm going to have to figure out with that. Alright, so we're not getting quite enough carbon dioxide down here. I mentioned that could be a problem earlier. I'm choosing to ignore it. This is just going to slowly fill up with carbon dioxide. That's fine. Like, our air pressure is a little bit higher in here. It's still not good. It's still well below where it should be by about 1/3 of what it should be. Did you trap your... Oh my god, please. Hurry before you suffocate. Dupes go out of their way to trap themselves all the time. Like, you almost, when you mine, you almost have to be like, I'm doing the outside, then the next 2 blocks, then the next 2 blocks, the next 2 blocks. It would be really nice if I said to cut this area, that they were smart enough to realize, oh, if I cut this tile back here first, I can't get back there. Like, it would be nice that you didn't have to babysit them that hard. Meanwhile, I built this down here to make a gross pit later. It never did happen. Oh yeah, it did actually. There's polluted ice down there. They did make a poop pit. It's just, you know, negative 40 degrees Fahrenheit down there. So, yeah, they didn't do anything with it because it was freaking cold. Oh, that's why you didn't climb down. It's a 3. All right, there we go. Now I understand why you haven't been going down there. You couldn't. I missed that was 3 tie. Okay, so you did carve through here. That's in our cold biome, so you can carve through there without having to worry about bleeding temperature everywhere. Alright. So I've expanded this way a bit. Got that whole area we haven't reached. And you start carving in towards this thing. We got a door right in the B area. That'll be fun. We got teleporters over here. There, finally. So this Neutrinium, it means there's a geyser behind there. And for those who don't know, there's a trick here for seeing what that geyser is. If I set that to a yellow alert emergency, so that is a chlorine geyser. That's an interesting one. You can also use the priority system as a way of spotting stuff as well. Yes, there's a geyser there, and here's another one up here. So this one is a water geyser. That's actually pretty exciting. Unfortunately, that is in the layer that goes out towards space. So once I open this up, all this mercury and all that's going to start melting. Actually, it's going to start melting anyways. Because this has a whole... Like, this the way the traffic goes, this is, like, going to bleed the temperature through. So we are going to unintentionally slowly be melting this area out. But there is a geyser back there. So let's switch that back to a 5 priority. Because that's actually a good one. Yeah, I'm surprised it took us that long to get our first geysers spotted. There could be one in here I'm just not seeing, but it'd be the same thing. It'd be green in the sea of yellow. Alright, so that water geyser up there is going to be pretty usable. The challenge is going to be getting over there. This is minus 80-something degrees Fahrenheit. That's freaking cold. But what this is going to happen up here is because we punched through here with the Abyssalite, this is already above 80 to begin with. You can see down here the mercury is starting to melt. So this already had weaknesses in the Abyssalite that it was going to eventually melt this area out. We are going to want to try and get that under control so as the mercury melts, it's contained. But it would be good to get up to that geyser. Now, there's a good chance once that geyser starts going, that's going to massively accelerate the rate that that mercury is going to melt, because it's probably going to come out, it's water. It's going to come out at a temperature way higher than the mercury can handle. I also realized you need a block there so you can carve it. It'd be good to get down here and see what's in that space, so probably have it where it climbs up this way, poke through, go back down. That's going to start hitting the limits of where we can go, though, because it's just going to pool all carbon dioxide down here, and after a while... Honestly, yeah, after a while we won't be able to go much farther down there. Alright, I can do the posture check and all that. That's fine. Okay.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
And we do have our breathability is kind of hovering relatively in the same area. Yeah, and you're getting ready to give me another round of oxalite. I need something that's going to be contributing more, like, not even caring about if it's oxygen or carbon dioxide, just more air of any and all variety. Yeah, so that line, you have potential load of 908. How close are we to getting a smart battery we can actually hook up? So smart battery, I do have lead. Well, mercury is a no. If we make it out of mercury, it's just gonna melt. Lead is also another one that it'll overheat pretty readily. It is still 167 degrees, which is pretty good. So we could go through here, eliminate that battery, put this battery in here instead. We don't want to take it that far because wherever I set it, I'm going to have to run this. Because we could switch over to not using the wheel, using a wood fire power, and then making it smart enough to shut off the wood burner anytime we've got enough battery. That'd produce a lot more carbon dioxide and heat in this space, and give us power that doesn't require people running in the hamster wheel. Pretty soon this could all start melting in here, which is good. The issue is I'm not getting that surplus wood. We're kind of holding at the moment. Body temperature low. Just a tiny bit. That is unfortunate. That should slowly improve, though. We do have a lot of things producing general heat, and while the Weezeworts are taking heat away, I don't think it's going to overpower it. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Alright, so we've got the two areas here that are going to be for processing our liquids. We can go up here, probably 4 high. And cut straight across there. And later on in here, I'll probably switch that over to be a airlock door. That way, again, when I have the polluted oxygen spilling out of here because of putting the gross water in here. So it's going to be in here, liquid, polluted water. You'll drop that in there. Eventually, later, we'll make this have the clean water. But for right now, we don't care. So here, we're going to lock that open and lock this open. And we've got this room as a spare for some type of refining or processing to deliberately keep this area warm. And then this is another area we could put some type of refinement down here. If we have, like, this actually might not be a bad place to put that, the oxyfern or whatever it is. This could be a good place to put the oxyfern, is where the carbon dioxide piles in the bottom down here. The oxyfern process it. We push that back up. It's right by the water, so we just pump the water right in there and right back. That kind of thing. Or other oxygen production could be in here as well. What I'm looking for is the carnivorous plants that produce hydrogen. If we can find those, we can start producing hydrogen. And I want to feel like they were in this biome, but I haven't seen them so far. Oh, hey, don't do that. There's no, not only is that something I don't want you to do, I do not want you to, I don't want you to be making heat out here. I want this to say cold. Yeah, so I don't care about that too much. Yeah, it's a thing for converting critters from one kind to another. Because I remember it's the whole thing, I got excited in one run because we had the beehive. I had like 2 of the carnivorous plants in the room with the bees, so they were eating the bees constantly. So I poked like a little hole with a vent to let all the hydrogen out and just let it let the bees reproduce and get immediately eaten by a bunch of these plants and then spitting out hydrogen as fast as the plants could accept them. We haven't seen them yet. Interesting, there's a mesh tile there with polluted water. Got chlorine gas. Poker nose over there. Neoprints available. Metal power banks. Disposable power bank made of metal ore. It can power buildings via large dischargers. Okay, so yeah, like looking at this one, stats pre-installed extreme digging boosters. So they get +5 to excavation, +2 to athletics, but all that. But they've got a bug of they've got worse medicine and science. That one's actually relatively okay. This one's pre-installed suit use. And this one has a training booster. So what I'm guessing is the pre-made bionic people have these like really, really big negatives. And it might be what happens is when you do your own, they don't have the negatives. I could be wrong. We haven't taken any pursuit of like working on that yet at all, one way or the other. We'll definitely want to. We just haven't so far. Alright. So I want to see over here more. Can inspect all this. Yeah, so you can see I can use the teleporters to visit other planets and all that. Right now, I don't want to deal with that. We still want to get more stuff set up here. I'm going to try to run over here and just see if we can explore this area. Because I would really love to find, I'd really love to find one of those plants that can eat the animals to make hydrogen. Because I would go out of my way for that one because we can do some pretty cool things with that. Yeah, so that's the guy, those are two guys that we found before. There's another vacuum over there. It's still holding about steady. Their breathability is dropping. And we're not getting enough carbon dioxide down here, which is a problem in its own right. I need to be producing more gases. I keep putting this off. Alright, so we gotta do something to produce more gases. I keep putting this off, and we are starting to be punished. So I can't do that. We don't have water. Converts algae into oxygen. But it's really, really wasteful. And then we've got this one that'll do okay. I got a pocket of that down here. Like, that's the thing. It looks like the stuff's getting stuck here. Let's go ahead and we'll put one of you right there. I have a little bit of algae I got earlier. It probably won't be enough to do more than like a couple of cycles of that. That's at least something. So nothing new we can see over here, unfortunately. But we did carve over here. We see we got another biome of the carbon dioxide. No sign of the carnivorous plants. But yeah, so I've got to produce net new air in here. Like any air. It's not even about getting oxygen, it's about getting literally any air. So polluted dirt to polluted oxygen, we already kind of are doing that. Rust oxygen, I don't have rust. Water to oxygen, I don't really have water we can use, because we have bottled water and that thing needs to be pumped. If we get a hold of a geyser that gave us any type of air, that would be an answer. There was a chlorine geyser up here, that would be an awful time. Okay, so you're starting to give me more oxalite. Because this is helping. This is converting ice into air, which should give us a gradual net gain on cumulative amount of air here. And I don't think we have anything consuming air. This is also emitting air. When I say consuming air, like, yeah, our dupes are breathing. But if I remember correctly, the conversion rate on them is they will convert... Where was it? They'll breathe a certain amount of oxygen and they breathe out a certain amount of carbon dioxide. Yeah, so we'll have here... Oh no, it is at a loss, and a significant one. Okay, so they breathe in a lot of air and they only let out a little bit of carbon dioxide. That's what's going on here. That's bad. I forgot about that. Okay, so we do have a big problem of that we are genuinely just not producing nearly enough gaseous material of any kind. Cool. I hate it. Alright. So, do we have any spare wood? Because if we have wood, that starts to solve the problem. Because, like I said, I can make a wood power thing. Alright, deconstruct this building. Let's deconstruct this. Let's get a wood power thing going. I don't even care if these run constantly. That would give us a increased amount. Hopefully I haven't gone too far where we're going to start dying from this. Make sure you're lead and not mercury, because we will straight up die otherwise. Power, we want a wood burner. And then for the automation, we want a wire automation here. We definitely want it to be the lead. And I'll bring that over there. Because with this, I can tell it to only let the wood burner run when the battery's low. This battery needs to go. And I need you to pick up the pace. Do you off-put gas? No, just like heat. That's a bummer. Alright. So building as fast as I can. We need to stop digging for right now, because this air is getting real thin. Another thing I could potentially do is we can play the dangerous game of poking through here to let this heat start bleeding in. That'll start melting ice and making water and doing all that stuff. We'll be able to start gassing up a whole bunch of things. That will have a whole lot of negative side effects. But perchance give me the thing. Alright. So the high threshold is 90, the low threshold is 10. And you are now a 9 priority. So it should happen is once I have some wood, it kicks on, starts charging the battery. This is now producing a lot of heat, and it should be off-gassing a bunch of carbon dioxide. Yeah, so you're putting out how much carbon dioxide? Where's the carbon dioxide output? Yeah, it says you produce heat and carbon dioxide. Where's your output? Yeah, so 170 grams per second. Whereas a dupe, when it comes to them breathing in and out... Oh, you still breathe in 100 grams per second, so that's still... It's helping. We still got a lot more to do. Alright, so you've earned an achievement probably for the power. Oh, it's actually for automating the line. Yeah, so basically this runs until that fills up, it'll wait till it gets really low, and then it'll kick back on. So that should give us a source of carbon dioxide and heat significantly more inside the building. It's going to be pulsing on and off. We need more air. So this is also giving us a little bit of, yeah, this is creating net new air, 40 grams a second of oxygen. Hey, Blinkenstein, how's it going? Yeah, so we've made mistakes. We are trying to fix it. Of our oxygen, we are seeing that percent go up, which is good. Hopefully get that resolved soon. For you have the liquid right now. It's still set to be able to do to water. I don't want to turn that on yet. It's too cold. It'll just turn to ice, and then I'll put the ice in here to melt it, to put it down here to turn into ice, to melt it. You get the idea. It'll just become a cycle that's wasteful of materials. So you're doing that. So you're cramped again. Cramped with only 4 critters? What? How are you cramped with only 4 critters? Does it also count the eggs? Clean out that room. It's fine. Yeah, so that's starting to go up quickly. That'll be good. Yeah, it counts the eggs? Gotcha. That's annoying. Alright, so go all the shipping stuff. We'll worry about that later. Okay, so I am thinking we do need to try and move towards getting a geyser to happen. The only geyser I saw worth working with right now is up here was the water geyser. That would be really nice. I'm a little worried about punching through to the mercury, because that once it warms up, we learned the last time we did this DLC, punching through that mercury, once that can of worms is unleashed, that mercury is going to melt and be absolutely everywhere. But I do think it's worth our time. So that's where it is. We do have a path over here. What we are going to want to do is up into this layer. We want, in this area, to have an airlock. That way we can control the mercury backflowing into our area. If we open up to space, we don't cause ourselves even more problems. Yeah, so I do have all the DLC, yes. One of the other things we're going to run into is all this ethanol up here. I would like to drain that in a way that I'm not dealing with it as an ongoing nightmare. So what I could do... what we could do is make ourselves a little pocket here. Drain the ethanol down there, clean up whatever's up there. Just take our time about it. Our oxygen is starting to build up again. The temperatures in here are genuinely starting to push to the area of actually reasonable and comfortable. Our research is going fine now. We don't have to have people running in a hamster wheel constantly. I am noticing that this generator is pretty close to out of wood. Which is probably going to be an ongoing thing, because I don't think those animals are going to give me that much wood. Alright, so you got that opened up. So with this, let's pop over here. I'm trying to think of the best way to do this. Cancel those two. I believe we can pop up here. Cut a path down there. And then after that, pop that open up there. And just the same, we can open that up. Actually, that's probably a smart move. We'll open that up, and then just pop that one spot, and it'll dump down. Probably over here more. So just let drain down in. And we'll get a little bit that'll dip down on here. I'm just trying to avoid having this whole thing of ethanol dump on top of here, get in here, cool down the air in here more. All that kind of stuff. Yeah, so we're starting to get on the fence before these are going to stop growing due to air pressure. Okay. Alright, so you already got that. So mine that spot if you can. Because we'll do is I'll punch to this abyssalite. I'm going to make my double airlock at the abyssalite layer somewhere here. Or if not at the abyssalite layer, like maybe we do the insulation blocks the whole way up here. And try and make that happen. Then we'll try and go over here. Have you tried the Bionic DLC? We haven't engaged with them much because the options they've given us have been pretty terrible. We've only had one or two. I think what I'm gonna have to do is make the dupes. Pretty much what I was informed from most people, which is actually why I'd waited so long to play it, is a lot of the people I know who got onto the DLC early on, they wound up basically saying it's like dupes, except a big hassle in maintenance, and they didn't feel like you gained a whole lot for it. I don't know how true that is one way or the other, but I didn't get particularly positive feedback from a lot of people I know who really like the game. And I played a bunch, but it was one of those things that the DLC came out, we didn't see a very big uptick in people playing the game at all, and then on top of that, people were not giving it good reviews. And it was like, oh, okay. You know, I guess it was a miss. I don't know if that's true or not. We're playing it now. I'm gonna mess with it. I'm not beelining straight to it. Because, like what I've seen has not particularly excited me. Because, like, we've had stuff like the one that's like, here's a person, they have +5 construction. Like, okay. By the way, they suck at construction. And you kind of stare and go, then what's the point? Then why do you exist? So let's go up here. Yeah, so just put us about that level. Alright. So I'm thinking about this. We're going to be dumping mercury down in here, and we want to get that under control right away. I'm trying to think of the best way to shape that so that if we have mercury start spilling through, I don't run into a situation. Brian, that's fine. Yeah, because like we have this person, so they have a construction boost of +5 construction, +2 athletics. Fair enough. But they have a decreased husbandry and decreased medicine. That's fine. And the other one here is does not level up attributes while performing errands, requires more boosters. And that's making me hesitant to do it. It's like, oh wait, so they just don't level. What? Why would I take that? We're gonna make this a little different. Research complete, that's fine. We got the ladder, the temp shift, the rocket port extension, and the fire pole. The fire pole's actually a big one. Get ready to say goodbye to a lot of minerals. A lot of minerals are about to vanish. Yeah, no, my understanding is basically they're very, very resource intensive. I'm down to try it, but right now it's those things that I can see myself just kind of losing the run just by focusing on that when we don't have access to some of the materials I'm going to need. So I think I want to actually do is make this a little different. So we will have the door there. That part's fine. But I'm going to make this go up a little bit farther. We'll probably need is a little bit of space over here. And this is for stuff like the mercury spilling in, all that kind of stuff. So you'll be an airlock door, and you'll be an airlock door. Because then we can pump out the air out here. I can put down like my other stuff over there for like my power and all that. That gives me room to grow into it or whatever. We will need... How do I want to do this? If we do this in phases where I cut this part out first, they build that whole upper area. Then we can carve that out down there. We will need a ladder up and down. Obviously, this is a very inefficient design for movement. And then we can end up just cutting straight across here. And then that'll take us right to the geyser. But this way, once it fills up, just because it doesn't have real physics, it won't push down and bubble up and go back down. It'll level out here and then overfill. I'm not worried about it. In worst case, I could dig down here and just make a big pit to hold mercury and water in. Alright, I think we got a plan. So we can go here, get the ladder. Now, the big thing I'm going to run into is all the mercury and ice I'm carving through. The ice is fine. The big problem is going to be the mercury. That I'm going to have to put it somewhere. And it will melt wherever I put it. And it's not the end of the world. It's just messy. What I could even do is put a storage bin here for the mercury. Deliberately just chuck it in there. And we could just dump it out wherever it gets dumped down. That's fine. Like, just let it spill out into this area. We'll make, like, a mercury pit or whatever. I'm probably still not going to be able to exploit that water right away, but it would be nice to get there. And let's also cancel uprooting you. We will enable you to auto-harvest for now. That'll give me extra wood. Later on, we're going to want to get the nectar. Actually, wait, can we... If I open that up, we might be able to put that to use. So disable auto harvest. Because if we get that opened up, we might be able to use that to get nectar. Because I want to say I found cutting off the side branches worked really well. And then leaving like the main stalk gave you both the wood and the nectar. Alright. Yeah, that fireman's pole is going to go a long way for improving our efficiency getting around. Oh, set you to 9 priority. So that way they drop it in there, it turns into ice and it stops off-gassing. Alright. Yeah, so that's just going to cool off. It'll turn into ice, and then we'll be good. Let's see, for the water, can you build a path with a pump and a pipe in it down where you need it? For the water, can you build a path with a pipe and pipe it down where you need it? Yeah. So what'll ultimately happen down here is I will have a process where I turn this water into clean water to go in this tank, and then the clean water will eventually get pumped up to toilets and all that up here. But right now it's so cold. If we watch this this gross water here, so the temperature around here is mostly like -20 or whatever. Once it hits about -5 degrees Fahrenheit, let's start to relative. You can't really see the difference. But once it goes to about -5 degrees Fahrenheit, it'll turn to ice. Meanwhile, do we have the thing to clean up the air? I want to say that had like a mild power requirement. I don't think we do. We don't. Oh, you mean the geyser up to? Yeah, so the problem we're going to have is it's -80 degrees Fahrenheit up here. So the water is going to almost instantly turn to ice. So it's basically going to be me like collecting the water after it's turned to ice as a source of ice for right now. Eventually it'll start melting the area around it because I will be releasing a very hot substance, relatively speaking, into a cold area. Oh, our ice storage is full. That is a good problem to have because it means I got plenty of ice. But also, it's a problem in that I need more storage. Alright, because we want to get all the ice out of this spot especially. This area needs to have all the ice taken out of it, because once this starts hitting 32 degrees Fahrenheit, it's gonna be a lot of water getting everywhere until we get under control. And the worst thing is it'll freeze, it'll melt, which will cool things down, it'll freeze again. And it'll be just like trying to pick up the ice as it's going back and forth between hot and cold. I need more air production. Like this is going, I don't have much algae, right? I'm pretty sure we were very low and I'm just kinda... Okay, so I have 410 kilograms. And you're burning what? You're not using that much. I didn't think I had nearly that much. So yeah, so for right now, just go for it. That'll be what happens right now. Where did I get that much algae? I know I got the one delivery, I just didn't think it was very much. Because that's the big issue, is we are consuming gases but not creating enough gases. So the area is slowly losing air pressure. And while we can convert the carbon dioxide to oxygen, I need to do so at a rate where I'm getting more oxygen. So like this one, I'm consuming 33.3 milligrams a second of carbon dioxide to get 40 grams of oxygen. So that is a massive increase in the amount of air we have at the cost of algae and water. That's fine. So that should help us a bit. And then down here we've got these consuming carbon dioxide, but in return it's consuming 200 or 2,000 milligrams of that to make 36 kilograms of oxalate. So again, should be giving us more air pressure than we're losing. But at the same time, our dupes do have the thing that as they breathe, they do gradually reduce the total amount of air. See if we can't find... Where's that air filter? It's not farther up, is it? I mean, if it is, it is. It'll be gases. There it is. That's what I want. Because if I put that air filter down here, we can start clearing up the polluted oxygen before it gets out of control. Because if your people breathe polluted oxygen, they're way less efficient on their oxygen consumption. Which, it's looking like, honestly, at the rate we're putting the poo water in here, that might actually keep that warm enough that it doesn't end up freezing again. Which is good and bad, because I do ultimately want to make the space warm enough that it doesn't freeze again. The other thing I probably need to do... Did I put those so close that we can't use them? It's whatever. I will want to double up this insulation soon, because while it is helping keep the temperatures one way or the other, I have found one layer of the insulating blocks doesn't work super well, whereas having 2 layers gets a lot of benefit. Okay, so you got a metal refinery. You got that. That's fine. Yep, so we'll get this made, and we can get back to doing stuff in order. I believe that'll also give us other sources of oxygen, because later on you start running into the problem where your air pressure gets way too high. You've got too many things producing air pressure. And usually the way you fix that is you get things that use water to literally pull the carbon dioxide out of the air, thus reducing your air pressure. We're just running on the opposite problem where air pressure is getting too low. But it does seem to be... I think it's improving. Like, the percents going up and down is just fluctuating a lot depending on where the dupes are. And they're not getting up there to get stuff done because they're down here trying to fix our ice storage. Which again is good because all that ice storage means these plants will go and get stuff. It might also be time to set that door to automatic again, because nothing is producing air down here. We're producing it there, and then the oxalate when I bring it in here. And this will consume the carbon dioxide slowly from the space to do that. So if we can close that, we can start trying to build up the pressure inside here. And hopefully that'll improve things. We're also making, again, carbon dioxide there and there as well. Okay. Would having multiple fertilizer piles help? I believe they only help when they're running. And the problem I believe I have right now is I don't think I have that much polluted dirt. Let's check, because that's those ones I have been keeping an eye on. If I've got the polluted dirt, then yes. So we're sitting on 1,000. Yeah. That would help. Oh, hey, don't build it there, actually. I literally mentioned that we should move those over here. So let's actually go over here and build 2 of those over here. Oh, hell, let's go for 3. Yeah, so we're going to end up building 3 of those and then shutting this one down. That's going to off-gas in here a lot for the polluted oxygen. Because I do want to try and keep that there. That'll create a decent amount of heat. We've got it over here where we want our liquids. So this is actually the area I want to heat up first. And later on, I'll probably insulate it to itself. Alright, so we got plenty of storage for the ice now. They are starting to get out here. Because this area is actually getting to the point where it's no longer below freezing. Up here, it's still a little below freezing, but we have reached no longer below freezing in this area. And this is still well below freezing, but not quite cold enough to reliquefy polluted water. So you actually bought the Anomaly DLC for RimWorld earlier, so you hope you're going to give it a try tomorrow? Yeah, I really like the Anomaly DLC. I will say, of the DLC, Anomaly is definitely the most love-hate of DLCs. That the people who like it, really like it, and the people who don't like it, really don't like it. So that is That is one thing there. Personally, it's my favorite DLC. I'm in the very like it category. I do accept that biotech and ideology have way more replay value than than anomaly. So there's a second Oxifern. The Oxifern will be another good one. I believe that takes, what was it, water? Yeah, so you have the Oxifern. Yeah, so it breathes in carbon dioxide. It consumes a decent amount of dirt and a pretty considerable amount of water, but it gives off a very considerable amount of oxygen. So it's mostly converting the water into oxygen with a loss of dirt and carbon dioxide. Okay, so we've got a carbon scrubber. That straight up deletes carbon from your air, so that's reducing the air. This is the one I wanted, is the deodorizer. So I put the deodorizer over here. As we get polluted oxygen out, that'll help with that. I believe that does require power, but I want to say it's a very low amount of power. 5 watts. Yeah, it's a super, super low amount. So I want that down here so as we get this polluted oxygen coming out, that we can process that. We have a mechanized door, but that's where it's the same idea as these airlock doors there, but you can make them powered and they're much faster than if they manually do it. So what'll happen is as we're smashing the poop from the Bamis over here, they give us clay. Clay is a filtration material. We can use the clay in our deoxidizer here, and it will slowly suck in the polluted oxygen and ever so slight loss give us out clean oxygen. Yeah, they gave them a non-zero. I think it was just so you couldn't just plunk them everywhere and completely trivialize polluted stuff. It's still pretty minor. It's just you have to have a functional power grid for them to work. Yeah, so it seems like our pressure's going up, because our pressure was around 300 grams. That's hovering about 550. Oh, it takes sand and it outputs clay? Alright, well that brings up a question. Where's my sand gonna come from? Oh wait, we can crush stuff to get sand. I can't remember if there's a way to tell it to maintain a certain amount of sand or not. Nope, not forever. I know we can process that. I think you could, but you had to set it for like... You had to set like a storage box over here that you put your sand in the storage box, and then you gave it a signal to this, and then you shut it off based on how full the box was, is I believe the way you could do that. To limit it so it says, hey, if you have less than a certain amount of sand, get back to work. Because then I can crush various not needed stone into sand. How much sand do I have? The sand we can mark. Let's have sand marked. Ice is something we're going to have to worry about, so we'll mark that. What other ones are big? Because we can't just watch oxygen. Someone's got a lot of rads. Oh, well, I mean, yeah, you're literally pumping off rads for existing. And the toilets aren't working despite being high priority. Yeah, it used to be great having to place deodorizers above the lake of polluted water and being able to generate a lot of oxygen that way. This is true, because it is just going to endlessly gas off polluted air. I mean, we're still going to get that, it's just not at the same rate. That's fine. The important thing is that we'll gradually take care of everything. Yeah, so we're going to watch that. What other ones should I really be keeping an eye on? Let's put algae on the list, because that'll be one that suddenly my air production is going to suck when our algae is basically already gone. Well, That's already done. Okay, well, before things get real ugly, let's go here. I said that was going to be a temporary solution. I didn't realize how fast temporary. Okay, so we make a hydroponic. So for right now, we're going to have to manually fill these with water. I would like to pump the water through there. I'm trying to remember. I can still manually feed the hydroponic tiles, as I recall. Like, you don't have to pipe it in. Because we'll definitely want to pipe it in later. I believe this will be fine. So let's go down here. I'm going to make a bunch of hydroponic tiles. And then what we're going to do is these hydroponic tiles, we're going to put the oxyfern on it. And you're starting to build up here. Okay. Alright, so hold up. So we'll keep building this part. That part should be fine. But that's space. So this is fine. Once I cut over here... Yeah, because that's actual ice, not crushed ice. Crushed ice will fall. And none of these are showing there. So we can make this here. But vacuum out to space, that'll be a problem. So we're good here. If I go much higher, we have a big issue. The problem is, when I go to cut across here, that's crushed ice and snow. I dig that, it falls down. We're now venting to space. Which is okay, to a certain degree. But we want to make extra sure we've got this all situated before we do that. Because if we start venting our atmosphere that we've got in and just directly vent it out to space, it's going to be a very short-lived situation before this all goes sideways. Where's the oxyfern? Oh, there you are. We can choose to copy these settings. Alright, so, with this, you consume... the hydroponic must be watered through the pipe. Alright, change of plan, deconstruct those. We'll want to do that later, but we're nowhere near the point where I'm going to be able to reliably have water in here in liquid form. We'll get there. Right now, they're going to have to manually fill that with water to get those oxyfern to do their thing. Okay, so those are all good. So deconstruct that one. And keep those all handled with the polluted dirt. Yeah, I was gonna say, I believe you get your materials back, just the full volume when you take things apart. It's not destructive in the sense you don't just lose like 10-20%. Because that gave me 100 kilograms of the metal back. If we look at this, and as to build it, it takes 100 kilograms. So that is one thing I really appreciate that they do in the game, is as far as like your building stuff, they don't penalize you for potential misclicks and stuff like that. Now, you do set up your processes, and your processes will have a gradual drain. But that's all good. Yeah, so basically with this, they are just going to be producing a lot of polluted oxygen. When we run out of polluted dirt, they'll just sit there idle doing nothing, which is fine. And we are just dumping all the polluted water in here. That should start warming this space up. Eventually, I will need the thing here to process our water over. That's refinement, if I recall correctly. We don't have it yet. Yeah, what we'll be able to do is we'll get a thing in here that I believe it's called the sieve, that basically pump in the polluted water, it pumps out clean water, and you're good there. But that, like, all of that I can't do until the space is above freezing temperature. Otherwise, what happens is the water turns to ice in the pipe, and it just pops the pipe open and ice falls out. Alright, so now we're going to be making those. How are you doing up here? Okay, so we're officially at the point where we are cutting through mercury. And that mercury is going to be falling down here. And I need to figure out where I'm putting that mercury. Right, I was going to put the mercury up here. It's going to thaw before we get there. Do we have mercury in here? Refined mercury, we don't want there. So mercury is a no-go. Copy. Paste. No mercury here. You. Honestly, for this, I'm going to go with the idea of... Until I can put the mercury up top. Even lower. Until you put the mercury where I want it. We're just going to dump the mercury down here. And just let it start filling up this lower area and living with the many negative outcomes that's going to have. Actually, isn't it just going to fall directly in there? I probably don't even need to do that. If we disallow it being stored in any of these, what should happen... What? Huh? Okay. Yeah, so if we disallow the mercury to be stored here, since it is going to fall straight down the middle here, it'll fall on this. Anytime someone goes through, it'll fall down here. Anytime someone goes through, it'll fall straight to the bottom. So it should just all pile up down here in the bottom, where it will melt into whatever. Like, into liquid mercury. And we can just leave that where it is. Sleepy's Dock. Oh, Sweepy's Dock, that's right. Okay, meanwhile, Oxyfern, plant, copy settings, paste, and 7. So get the Oxyfern down here. That'll be another thing that's going to consume a lot of water, but considering we've got ice for days, I'm not super worried about it. Okay. So keep all that going. Right, so these aren't going to do much until it gets to above freezing. So they could sit there for right now. As this warms up, will be good. Once they get that carved out, we will want to double up the insulation on the outside here. Because they're going to be producing a lot of heat in here. And one tile is not thick enough to prevent the prevent some of the temperature from really leaking out real bad. These will be the weak spots that will be dumping the most heat in and out, is these doors. Which honestly, what I'll probably do is I'll put a layer of insulation here. This door will go away, but I'll leave that door there. This door is going to stay because that's just kind of convenient for us. Alright, so you're going to go ahead and get your next research. Luxray is over here. So your character is honestly pushing the point they're going to start stressing out. I might just let you sit without that skill point. I believe you won't start getting stressed until you take the skill point. You don't take the extra requirement. Well, that's not what you want. We are apparently out of wood. Never mind, there they got the wood now. I know we can automate to get rid of the eggs. I can probably go here. Missed which one I even put that on. Okay, so you can go your copy settings, do that. So that should get the eggs out of there. Well, this egg. Trying to get them to not be glum anymore. Hey, Serverlord, thank you for the 3-stream streak. Thank you for catching the last 3 streams without missing one. Yeah, so temperatures are slowly getting better. That's actually getting close to a comfortable normal temperature there. It's still brisk, but it's above freezing and climbing. We're not getting the oxalate. It's basically we're getting enough oxygen outside now that there's no carbon dioxide for it to breathe. That should slowly take care of itself as this fills up and the carbon dioxide level picks up to here. That said, we do have the auto harvest on these plants over here that's going to be helping. But that also means that's free oxygen, so cool. Yeah, so we've got the refined mercury. It melts at negative 37 degrees. So what should happen is Vitez will pop down here. And eventually pop through that rock down below. So we're watching, because it will take its time to drop. It's just that melts at a super duper cold temperature. It does not require it to get very cold. But yeah, so it should get dunked down there, so we should end up seeing that. That's one thing that gets me in a lot of trouble. Yeah, so now the mercury gets dunked down here. It drops on that door. It's still warming up because it does take a while to transfer that temperature. The next person who goes to do anything down here or go in any of the storage or any of that will then release it down there and drop it straight down here. Okay, so we've got Bliss Burst. I'm assuming that's another decorative seed. As little in the way of upkeep. The most known common cause of death from Bliss Burst is overwatering from eager caretakers. Yeah, it's a decorative plant. Yeah, so you see it got dropped down there. So now we've got down in this pile, we've got mercury. So we've got about 4,000 kilograms of mercury down there. And what'll happen is as this temperature slowly rises, eventually that mercury will melt. And it'll be that Bamus problem. Not mine. In other words, it's a succulent, and not one of the picky ones. Yup. Okay, and little by little we're getting this all set up, dropping the mercury down. That's good. We've got this all set up. They're working on emptying this. We are getting an actual respectable amount of air pressure down here. That is genuinely about the range we want it. This is still going up in here. We're up to the 650 or so grams per tile. We were at 300. Our food is not looking amazing. We are slowly burning down the amount of food we're getting. I'm not sure where we're getting that meat from. Yes, your body temperature is a little lower than we want. By about 7 degrees Fahrenheit. Like I said, I think that will solve itself over time. Worst case, it might be one of those things that maybe I replace the floor with insulation tiles. To try and counter the Wheezewort a little bit, to have it have to go around. Let's do that for at least these 5 tiles. To somewhat resist the Wheezewort there. Because I do want to end the general area of the Wheezewort, so as things start to pick up heat, you know, we don't have too much grief for it. So we're getting that all built up there. That'll be good. That's so we can get over here. What I'll probably end up... You know what I could even do? As a way of mitigating the atmosphere thing, I could literally just put a ceiling on this. Straight across over. So it stays enclosed from vacuum. It'd be wasteful. But it's really hard to waste stuff you have an unreasonable amount of. Like, and later on, I'll definitely want, like, a door to go up or whatever. Rhetorical gained a skill. That's another one that, if we push up there, that's probably going to lead to morale problems. If we can get the individual bedrooms, that can help. So right now we have the barracks, the luxury barracks. So you're just a regular barracks. So luxury barracks requires a decor item and no cots. And then we got private bedrooms, which requires no cots and a comfy bed. So basically, it cannot make the barracks better now. We can start to push towards the washroom. Now, I can't actually set up the washroom properly right now. The washroom is going to really depend on us having liquid plumbing. But we can start building it at least in the meantime. So what I could do here is so it'd be... So you'd want to move that over 1. So all these gets moved over 1. So that'd be the toilet. I'll add a shower. And then we'd have like the actual toilet here. And I won't worry about doing much with it. But like I said, the idea is going to be to start setting this up. We actually can build wood tiles now. I don't think we can do it. Let's add wood onto our list to watch here. Yeah, so we've officially run entirely out of algae. How'd you clear so much so fast? I just basically had a dedicated digger. So we'll have wood. Yeah, so you're both sitting there, that's fine. Alright. So, for a tile, that's 200 kilograms of wood. And we're fresh out of algae, so those are all going to shut down. At level 53, your base looks like a college dorm room. Yeah, I mean, that happens. Alright, so those are just going to all shut down because there's going to be no more algae, period. We got a tiny bit of ethanol. That's fine. Good on food for the moment. I see what's happening. I think we're gradually getting a bunch of other stuff in there. And you can't really do anything. Set that forever as well. Alright, so research. Get the next thing going. Yeah, but we're slowly building up the gross water supply. It's making the temperatures genuinely warm in there. This thing is filtering the air, the polluted air, really well, which is good. Air pressure is still continuing to climb. We're up in the 750s now. So it's interesting that the breathability is just dropping more and more and more as a percentage, despite the fact that this area is fine. And that's because I think the area outside is gradually depleting air more and more. That'll be a thing that'll solve itself over time. It's fine. We won't worry about the robo stuff yet. Alright, and you can crush that into more clay and all that. Okay. That's all fine, you're working on it. Oh, you can't get over there. There you go. So I actually did open this. Go ahead and make that a priority to open that door so you can actually see inside and get the bonus. This is the thing that if we get hydrogen, we can make it, like, ridiculously cold. So it's definitely worth checking out. I don't think we'll have had more geysers to find down here, but you never know. Yeah, because I don't think we revealed that much more over here. And since we're up here... Yeah, I just got the one geyser over there we can't see. Let's switch that to absolute. Just have the one geyser up there. Yeah, whatever's in there is a little bit warmer. We got another area to clear out. That's that warm pocket down there that we found and I'm trying to not breach just yet. That's the chlorine geyser that we're like, okay, chlorine can be useful. It's a great way of dealing with the oh, don't build that actually. We're choosing to ignore our problems, so don't worry about it. Let's see, finally got the Frostpack DLC. Going to be a new experience trying to master it. Oh yeah, and that's the thing I liked about the, like, all the game mechanics are the same, but they've added a bunch of new creatures, so a lot of the stuff you learn to go, it's like, oh, well, here's how I get oil, oh, here's how I get this, well, here's how I get that. They just have a different way of doing it, which in itself adds a lot to the game. Alright, so you've got all that sorted out. Alright, so you gained a skill point as well. So this one I can get you supplying and you're not going to start having stress problems. Because that's what I gotta watch, is that we're not pushing everyone's stress to the limit. Okay. And eventually we are going to have to deal with this poo water to get it converted. I'm basically just waiting till this area is consistently staying above 32 degrees. Once this is above 32 degrees, I start piping up everything for that. Yeah, and that's where we'll have our actual, Oh, I didn't shift them over one. Oh, yeah, I did. So for it to count as a laboratory, what is the rules? I think we can actually make it count now, even though it won't be good. Washroom. So for a latrine, I need that. So this is probably a mistake to remove that sink. It's going to lead to some level of food poisoning and all that. I'm choosing to accept that because we can get the mood bonus by enclosing this to make it into a bathroom. It'll give us 2 morale bonus, and that'll make it so I can mitigate the stress that we're slowly building up and give people more skill points. Oh, that was... Oh, it's because it dropped water. I was like, that was weird that I immediately popped that out. That's fine. Yeah, so it looks like our wood's weight is keeping just about the same. Alright, so you gained another level in digging. For the moment, all the other things I can give you are going to put you under a lot of stress. So for right now, we're just not going to give you those points. Like I said, it's one of those things that I'm pretty sure it's once you actually accept the thing that you have the higher requirements that your people start stressing out more easily. So basically, the better your dupe gets, the more demands they have, the more of a pain it becomes. It's weird that you've built none of this. All of that is in range for you to build. Yeah, there's so much polluted oxygen coming in here. How's our sand doing? We still have plenty. All right. Starvation sounds self-inflicted to me. Okay, the mercury is very slowly melting. Let's see, which makes the reduced stress of your digger a very nice boost. Yep. We definitely don't want the digger being stressed out of their mind. That is mildly inconvenient. Yeah, there goes the last of the algae. It's starting to warn me that my calories are getting low on my food. Part of that's probably the amount we're giving to the animals. What is your range of temperatures you handle? So you can handle slightly in the positives. That's going to start being a problem not too long. So we're going to need to move that farm before super long. But you could put it up here to be by this area, since both these we want to keep relatively cold. So we're probably going to need to do that. So make the farm bigger. Yeah, so basically I'm going to work on moving this farm up here. I'll leave that there for now, but as this warms up, this will no longer be viable. So we're going to want to move it up there to, again, try and help out with this. At that point, we'll probably want to change this ground to be something they can move across quickly, as opposed to, like, dealing with what they're doing. But we'll get that sorted. And you got the door. I still don't get why they're not building the insulated tile much. I think it's because it requires our actual drilling person. I haven't been paying attention. Have you been getting all that? Oh yeah, you have actually. That's fine. I can leave that. You did dig over here. So you can cut straight over this way and continue to explore. I'll actually have you cut over this way to explore. We don't want to cut into any of that. We already cut over here, which let us see those. We're working up here still. You've got that queued. Why are you not doing that? So this submit bioscan will set that as a 9, so they open that door. They'll let you mine your way through here, give me more of this, and explore over this way. That's fine. Okay, so research complete. We got the rocket platform and all that. We have duplicate skills we don't really care about right now. Okay. I'm not looking for more dupes. We are slowly burning down our food supply, which is rather suboptimal. So we don't want to encourage that any more than we already are. I could dig out this way to that Wheezewort. That wouldn't be the worst choice either, because that's still a cold biome. So we can poke through here, get a look at what's going on over there. Basically, again, looking for geysers and all that. Wait, what metal is that? Oh, I actually got ourselves some copper out of that one. That's actually pretty good for our thing. Stuff like proper metals like copper are hard to come by at this stage in the game. Alright, so replace that with an actual flooring. They get full movement speed across so they don't have to do the hop up, hop down. Weirdly, you built those tiles over there, but I can live with that. We can go over here and add polluted dirt onto the list. We got a little bit of lime for breaking an eggshell and some copper. I'm surprised it's still running at all. And bleeding some air out there. We'll need to get a cook. If we get a cook, there's a lot of stuff around here I can actually cook for better stuff. But I don't know who we're gonna have do it. Duplicate skills. So you're digging, you're not gonna have the time. You're ranching. It is possible I could have you cook. You wouldn't be the worst choice. Later on, it wouldn't help us out too much. You are our supplier and tidying person. I honestly think Luxray could take over the cooking for now. You're gonna do it. You're going to go to your priorities. Let's go to Luxray real fast. It'll give a small uptick on cooking. So with that, Luxray can start cooking some of these things like where we have the sleet wheat grain. I don't believe you can eat the wheat grain by itself. Like, it's an ingredient. It requires other stuff to be worthwhile. So we can go over here and cook it into frost buns. They also give morale bonus, because they're considered like a nicer food. Okay, so you are slowly getting all the all that stuff built. And you're slowly getting this taken care of as well. I mean, it's honestly a big one as well, is just cleaning that up. Won't be too much longer before I'll want to replace that floor, because that's snow. And we'll want to switch that over for literally anything else. How is our wood doing? It's holding steady, so let's just go ahead and we'll put down a regular granite floor. Meanwhile, the ration box here, we can just deconstruct that. I'll never use that again. I mean, cancel deconstruct. It's got decor. I don't need the materials. It was a tiny decor bonus or whatever. Who was having a problem? Oh, it's probably you went... Oh, you might be hitting the limit on how far you can go. Yeah, forget that. Yeah, as much as I want you to explore that way, I think we're hitting that point where with all the carbon dioxide down there, you're not going to be able to do anything. Versus here, you can just dig through that, run back up and get your air there. Alright, so we're slowly getting the insulation built up here. Because once I get this pocket here, if anything melts, it pools there to pools there. We'll have just a little teeny tiny bit that gets on this door from those two spots. And we can just sweep that up. And all the rest will go straight on down to the pool there. And usually my main ladder up and down almost always ends up becoming a trash compactor of just junk piling up in it. Alright. We can get more algae. Oh, polluted water as well? That kind of sucks. I was saying we can get more algae by digging underneath this. It's just this one spot, though. Don't really think it's that worth... Like, it give me some, because it's what? Oh, that's 168 or 186. Yeah, that's a lot of algae, actually. That's not a little algae. Hang on. Alright, so yeah, so they can mine that out, grab all the algae that's there. That's algae, right? No, that's slime. Hang on, that's slime. Nope, nope, never mind. You can turn slime into algae using the slime press or whatever it's called. But I don't think we built a slime press for just that. I feel like the materials I'll put in... No, we have our first carnivorous plant. There's one right there. That can handle up to 31 degrees Fahrenheit. So, you are irrigated with polluted water. Now, what we can do is if we make a path all the way over to that thing, I can tell it to start putting my animals in that room, and it will release hydrogen into this area. And we can capture that hydrogen and slowly build up a fuel supply. That's only one of them, though. So that's not amazing. Okay, so that counts as a laboratory. Cool, so morale bonus for the... Sorry, latrine. So that's one more morale bonus because it's a, valid latrine. We are also getting food that gets me a valid bonus as well. Which should help, because I'll take all that grain that's been piling up and putting that to use. I don't know where I got the wolfrite from, but that's okay. Still working on that. We earned a new achievement. Have a duplicate eat a meal that is prepared on the electric grill or gas range. Cool. Basically, that we ate something that wasn't garbage. There's no storage unit available for sand. Let's go in here real fast and see what's missing. We don't want liquefiable, power banks, rare resources, refined metal other than mercury, clothing, critter eggs, sublimations. Ooh, wait, sublimation. Those... Yeah, sublimations. Copy, paste. Alright, how are you doing? You starting to get close to melting? Alright, so we're fine there. And they're also building the path over here, that's good. Yeah, the air pressure in here is actually getting genuinely a bit on the high side down here, whereas it's still very low up there. Most likely what'll end up needing to happen is I'm probably going to need to get a... probably get to the point where we can emit air there. Yesterday's giant hole was not here? Yep, that's the way the game works. So we carved this out. That can help out a little bit with the airflow here. Because, for example, there's wild aloe vera down here that turns carbon dioxide to oxygen. And it's doing nothing because there's this pocket of oxygen down here that can't get anywhere. Most likely, I'll actually want to replace a couple of these tiles with air filtration tiles just to have a path up-down. Other than that narrow path there, this needs to be wider to permit a lot better airflow in the long run. But that doesn't honestly become that big of an issue because later on you'll end up pumping a lot of your air around anyways. So, whatever. Oh, there's a piece of oxalate there. I thought it was all gone. Yeah, so I'll have to mine it out. Yeah, so quickly clear that out. Meanwhile, we've got a lot of projects going on a lot of places, and it's causing a lot of those projects to not make meaningful progress because they're all waiting on the... they're all getting partially done, is the way I'll phrase it. Alright, but the new growing area looks like it's coming along. Oh, we can lock that door open. Net door 2. But yeah, so by opening this up, it should give the airflow a little bit better. Like I said, I think what we're going to want to do is... put a couple of airflow tiles here, just to help oxygen go up and carbon dioxide go down, so that this plant gets to work. It can get swept down here. It gives this a path to come up to try and help with the airflow. Yeah, because this actually has pretty high air pressure here. We could get up to the 2000s. Honestly, it's probably one of those things that we should also go in here. Maybe not all the way up to the ceiling, but give this a little bit more throughput for the air to flow through there. Will likely help. Okay, so from here... clear all that out. I'll remove those 2 tiles while we're at it. Honestly, remove all the tiles that aren't that plant in the aloe vera. We can delete those tiles after we're done. Actually, that means I can actually get rid of you and you. Because you can run across here, hop over, we can delete that from below, and then it'll just be tracking that back. Okay, in the meantime, we can copy your settings, paste them there, to get those starting to grow. Because our food's actually holding up okay. It's a little up from the last time, but it got pretty dangerously low, so I am planning on, again, getting this bigger farm going. This farm will need to go away because eventually it's going to get too hot in here for that to survive. So we need to be proactive and get it out of here before that's a problem. Okay, so we got the airflow tiles here. They're going to let a little bit of the air bleed through better. I don't want to let too much airflow out here, because I don't want the polluted oxygen to get past my deodorizer. But it is effectively giving me free air as this off gases, so that's fine. Okay, so you can mine that, and those 2. Yeah, if we watch here, we should start to see some of the oxygen. Yeah, so you can see some of the oxygen starting to pulse up here. You can see a little spot there. You see like the little spot there of oxygen that went up. We will see a little bit of oxygen come up and a little bit of carbon dioxide. They'll have problems getting through it because it's 1 tile thick, so they're going to kind of fight each other. Your shirt is very yellow. I mean, yeah, it's a yellowish orange, yeah. That's fine. It's nice that sometimes I can wear colors other than black, blue, gray, and white, because that's most places that make men's shirt. That's the only colors I believe men can wear, it seems, because it's the only colors they make. Because it is a whole thing. I've gone on the whole complaints before about, like, why is it that, you know, men's clothing, we just don't get to have any kind of real color selections. The many sins of fashion. Women's clothes get no pockets. Oh yeah, no, it's all good. It's all a thing. Like, I'm not upset. Like, I wasn't trying to, like, I hope it didn't come across as being a jerk about it. It's like, I actually like having a bit more variety of things. Because my favorite color is actually orange. Spiffy overalls with a little bit of insulation and decor. Who gets to have the spiffy? Lux, actually, She-Wolf gets the spiffy overalls because She-Wolf is likely to be around here the most. Oh, no, you're good. I think it's good to be, like, open and talk about those things. It's a thing you don't think about normally. It's the same thing, like, people didn't think about the fact that, I mean, at least men, didn't think about the fact that women's clothing just didn't have pockets, like, almost ever. Until, understandably, a bunch of women started to be like, hey, you know what I want on my pants? Freaking pockets. Not the little fold that's like an inch deep that, you know, maybe you could stick a lip balm in there if you turn it sideways. But like genuinely a pocket. Let's see, you notice that your depression is finally lifting because you brought trousers in pink with red stripes and a pink shirt with rainbow Crocs? Nice! Sometimes shopping therapy is an effective method. It's not always an option, but sometimes it helps. Fake aesthetic pockets are the best. So the thing that introduced me to that whole thing, oh man, was it a vest? I think it was either a suit coat or a vest. I can't remember which one. And it had like the pockets on the front, but they were those fake pockets that aren't pockets. So you look at it, it's like a little fold. You can get like maybe just like the first knuckle of your finger in there. And it wasn't that we're just like sewn closed, because that does happen, that they sew them closed for like purposes of shipping or whatever. And you get those pockets like, what the absolute is this? And it was just, you know, the person who was with me was like, you haven't seen that before? It's like, that's basically like the way all women's clothing are. It's like, wait, what? It's like, and she's like, yeah, and she just, you know, showed that like her pockets didn't pocket. And I was like, I don't what? Your favorite color is red. You didn't choose it. Your mom did. And you're a triplet of mom and color coordinate us. So when you're younger in kindergarten, the preschools, I feel like that was a very 80s and 90s things that parents did if you had multiple kids that were all like in school at the same time. Is you would buy like one of your kids, you'd buy them a lot of the same clothes, and you buy like color wise. I don't remember because it wasn't orange for me. Like it's one of those things that, you know, your parents do that as part of that kind of thing. And then later on you have your actual favorite color and you're like, well, no, I want this. Usually by then you're old enough it's not. Like you've diverged personalities far enough and appearances far enough, whether through like cutting your hair differently or whatever, you've diverged enough that it's not as important that you make sure it's like, well, that's the blue shirt and that's the red shirt and that's the, you know, gray or whatever shirt. You just accepted fate and never changed your favorite color. Hey, it could be that your parent happened to choose the right favorite color. If we're talking only considering primary colors, so like, you know, you take your rainbow spectrum and then add black and white to it, and gray, I guess, so black, white, and gray to it. That's not a large list of colors. It's what, like 15 colors or something like that? There's not terrible odds that they could guess right, especially when you consider a lot of those colors. Not many people go, you know what my favorite color is? Yellow. It's not none, there are some. Or even for that matter, as much as I love the color orange as my favorite color, it's not a super popular favorite color. I will acknowledge that. And that's partly because as much as I do really like the color orange, it's really kind of crap on a lot of things. There's not many cars that can pull off orange and not look terrible. Like if you have like a very sleek rounded car, usually orange looks pretty bad. Orange houses are real hard to pull off. Not your favorite, but real canary levels, yeah. Let's see, your other brother is blue, and the other one is yellow or green, depending on the availability of yellow or green colors back then. That's fair. You still remember that your first class teacher's favorite color was brown, and we little kids were super upset about it? So where I complain in RimWorld, where half the characters like, what's your favorite color? Beige. What's your favorite color? Gray. What's your favorite color? White. And you're like, what happened to all of you in RimWorld? Why do your favorite color choices... Why are they so boring? They're the one who is like, no, actually, for real. For realsies. And no judgment if that happens to be your favorite color. Like that beige is your favorite color. It's a very unusual color to have as a favorite color is all it is. It's a very tame favorite color. Usually about the only neutral color that ends up being a favorite color is typically black. So like your whites and grays, it's very rare that you end up with any of those as a favorite color. Solid, oh, it's solid carbon dioxide, right. Because it's so cold up there that they breathed out and it turned to liquid and then it turned to solid as their breath out was so cold. You know it's cold when you breathe out and the air you breathed out liquefies because it condensates. And we're not talking the water in it, we're talking the carbon dioxide in your breath. It turns into like a black liquid. And then it's still so cold, it then freezes into a solid. So you can pick up a breath of air. Let's see, when your friend says something odd they like, usually tell them, there is a color for every taste, but if you like brown, I will point it out. I can see, like, genuinely, I can see where people could have brown as their favorite color as, like, a logical thing. It's a very earthy color. I could see someone who lives a very wilderness-like life potentially liking brown. I think green would be the far more common favorite color there, or like a red or an orange if it's like fall colors. But I could see where, like, especially as like a little kid, like let's say you just really like the change of autumn. You hit autumn or fall or whatever, you see all the leaves changing to oranges and reds and browns and all that, and you like that season. And I could see that connection happening, because usually with your favorite color there's some type of connection that leads to that. Like, we like to think it's arbitrary, but there's usually some association of some kind. Why I like orange? I can't answer. I don't know. You'd have to ask, like, toddler me. I don't remember much about toddler me. But so you used to like white in school. You had a pair of white jeans that you really liked? Maybe because your parents paid me orange jeans? Paid me orange jeans and such. I'm not getting the last couple words. Made you orange jeans? Maybe? White is a hard color to pull off in school, because definitely when you're in like little kid mode, you're gonna destroy some clothes. And no clothes get destroyed faster than white clothes. I say this as someone who has destroyed a decent share of white clothes. Mostly shirts. As in, bought you orange jeans. Gotcha. White love stains. Yeah, I didn't have many white pants over the years. Only like, I had some off-white ones, but that was like when I was in my late teens and all that. I had some like pants that were off-white. So at that point, you know, I kind of was a bit more responsible about not ruining them as aggressively. Versus, like, you know, when you're 4, 5, 6 years old or whatever, and you got, like, white shorts, straight up destroy those things. It's like, they're not getting through the day without a stain. Those parents learned a lot of cleaning tricks, like, lots of tricks. Or they learn to be like, hey, we're gonna go play out in, like, all the dirt. Let's grab those ones that are well worn in. Yeah, no, not the new ones. Let's save those for Sunday. Instead of Sunday, like, we'll wear the nice ones on Sunday where you're gonna go see your friends. We're gonna be going out and having fun over at Tommy's house in the backyard. So why don't you wear those ones that, like, the seams are really coming undone on the bottom? Those would be great pants to wear today. Yeah, don't worry. They're a little stained. Trust me, it's gonna be a little bit more stained by the time we're done at Tommy. It's been a rainy week. Yeah, those white jeans got so dirty, even as calculates 16-year-olds or so. Your parents must have just thrown them away. Yeah, I had I think I finally got rid of them. I think I actually got married to two before I got rid of them. I had a pair of, like I said, they were basically white. They were like off-white or whatever. They're about as white as pants that aren't like silk or something yet. Like just like a not denim. Not canvas. Maybe like khaki, something in there. You know, that texture, like, you know, pretty typical pants, like not fancy pants. And I liked those because they were great for, like, if I wanted to go out and look sharp, I could wear those and I wear like a nice button-up black shirt or whatever. And, you know, for someone as tall as I am, they looked good. I got lots of compliments on it. But I also never, you know, wore them if I knew I was going to go out and, like, play paintball, or I wasn't doing disc golf at the time. Well, not till later. Like, if I was going to be doing any, like, walking out in the woods or anything, I wouldn't wear them for that, because I knew it absolutely destroyed. I know what happened to those pants. I remember their fate. I was going to wear those my first day of work when I got a, so I was working at the college, and it had, because of budget things, it had to go part-time. And I was like, well, I can't do that. Like, part-time isn't enough. And so my boss worked really hard with a separate part of the college, so that basically I had two concurrent part-time jobs that worked as a full-time. So I'd do half my day on this one and half my day on the other one. And it was the very first day on the second job, because I've been working the other one for years. The very first day on the second job, I was on my way, and there was a woman in front of me, and I don't know what happened, but she lost control of her car and she went into the ditch. So, you know, I was right behind. I immediately, like, pulled off the side of the road to make sure she was okay, because, like, I watched this happen. And at the time, Florida did lots and lots of controlled burns. So I went down, and, you know, she had banged her head, but not bad. You know, and I stuck around till an ambulance showed up and took her off and everything, and then I went about my way. But where the ditch had been, a controlled burn had come through not far off. So these off-white pants looked like they were budget tiger print pants, because of all, like, the black stripes all over there from just the various whatever grass or reeds were down in there, that were all scorched up and everything from a previous burn. And so I was plenty early to campus for work, and I'm looking at these pants like, what the hell do I do? These things are terrible. And so I went to the, like, on-campus store, and I bought, like, sweatpants. Paid way too much for them because it's an on-campus store. So these should have been like $20 sweatpants. And those things, I must have spent like $70 on them. I was like genuinely upset with how overpriced they were. But I was like, I'm not showing up my first day looking like I literally just drug my pants through the mud and then showed up. So I got these sweatpants. They ended up being like a size too big. So it didn't really help my cause in any shape whatsoever. Which ultimately, after I finished with my shift, like, I went back to the store, because at that point I was pretty pissed off, because I had spent $70, the size label was wrong on them, and, you know, I went through a fairly embarrassing day of wearing these ridiculous sweatpants. And don't get me wrong, my boss at the time found it absolutely hilarious. It was like, no, you did a good thing, like, don't, like, this is not a problem. It's like, this crap happens, man. You know, got a good chuckle out of it, and ended up working for him for a couple of years and all that, like, never anything negative. But, so I went back to the store, and, you know, they weren't gonna let me just straight up return it, because no returns, because universities and colleges are terrible at that kind of thing. But they did exchange it, so I was able to at least get, like, it was like an Under Armour, which is a brand, like an Under Armour shirt that had, you know, I don't remember. I do remember. It had like the university's, like, thing on one area, and it had, like, some stripes down. It was just like a nice sports shirt. And it was about the same price. I think I spent like $2 more to get it. And I'm like, well, at least this is the right size and I'll wear it. And I did wear the crap out of that shirt because it was a nice shirt. I was pissed about those sweatpants. Those are some crappy sweatpants for like 70 bucks. Alright, so let's go in here. We want to replace the ice there before it melts. Let's build a copy of this thing, just because I need to move it. So I'm going to build this over here. I'm going to deprioritize using that, and then we'll switch it over here and we'll get rid of that spot. Meanwhile, I can go over here. I don't want these people to take the battery pack things. Alright, so how's our air doing? So it's maintaining air pressure. I am seeing a considerable amount more carbon dioxide in here, unfortunately. And there's two reasons for that. With these gone, I'm not getting enough oxygen production. And then these aren't getting this, so honestly, the temperatures inside and out here are not that different down the bottom. I'm gonna lock this open and just dump the try and dump the carbon dioxide out. We'll probably want to make that an airflow tile. I need to get this carbon dioxide out of here. I'm just gonna make this whole thing. Basically, we're gonna just make it so the air can float through this whole area. But hopefully with this, we'll start having the oxygen, or we'll have this carbon dioxide that's stuck in here, getting out of here. Your old boss is great, man. Yours sounds like him. Yeah, no, I've only had one or two bad bosses in my entire career. I only had one in dev that was genuinely bad. And then I had one when I worked retail where it was one of those situations where I had more than one boss. That genuinely, I think that'll spit out the water if I do that. I did add one when I worked retail that, you know, he would throw you under the bus even if you did everything by company policy. Like, he would throw you under the bus and completely break company policy to make the customer happy. Even if I agreed that what he did should be done, which is only sometimes, it was one of those things that's like, well, right, that's fine. But, like, don't make me look bad in front of the customer. Just be like, hey, I'm going to do you this, like, go to the customer and be like, hey, I'm going to do this favor one time. It is store policy that we're supposed to do this, but I'm going to help you out. But, like, walking up after I say, like, no, the store policy, we can't do that, yada yada, and, like, I don't have the authority to do that and whatever. And then the manager's like, well, we'll take care of it. It's no big deal. I'm like, it is a big deal. I've been warning this person this whole time it's a big deal, because literally I would get fired if I did it. Don't make me look bad. Come on, man. Like, I don't get to make those calls. I gotta be the jerk to the customer. Yeah, we'll end up needing to do that. Alright, so we're running around. So the big thing is, as long as we don't see that it's complaining people are idle. Wait, I can actually look at this? Oh. Well, this is what the other planet's surface looks like. I can't do anything. But yeah, so you see this one's not very wide. Versus ours. Like, this is all the way on the left. Yeah, ours is probably maybe twice as wide or something like that. You had to Google sweatpants are. You think they are what we call tracksuit? They're very similar. There's some nuance difference, but yeah, they're very, very similar. If you called one the other, people wouldn't make a big stink. Generally, when you think sweatpants, it's mostly comfort wear, that kind of thing. Some people can use them for the for like purpose of athletic, but usually I find people who do that end up just being sweaty and gross because they don't exactly breathe. They're more good like you're lounging at your house in the evening, want to watch TV and just be comfy. They're really good for that kind of thing. Is the customer's always right or always wrong? That is a true question. You prefer wrong. Well, it's if I remember the actual saying, it's something like the customer is always right in situations of taste, or something like that. It's not that the customer is always right. That was never part of the original quote. It's one of those quotes that people omit a key aspect of it, because it's something like the customer is always right in aspects of taste. So it's basically the customer is always right in the sense of they like what they like. But when it comes to how any of that works, like, you know, how your business should be run, the customer is seldom right in my experience. I have been around enough customers to be like, nah, man, nah. Let's see, I wonder how we got from yellow shirts to lack of pockets, typical women's clothing, to does it state on the shirt? Does it state on the shirt? Oh, if you're trying to see what's on my shirt, Automod jumped on typical women is what Automod caught in there. It missed the important women's clothing, which I can understand why it jumped on, but it's one of those things I'm gonna allow because I don't imagine I'm going to run into people doing that. And if so, like using it in the negative thing, you know, to insult women or whatever. And if we do, then we ban that person, and it's solved. Oh yeah, no, it doesn't say anything. So it's trying to be reminiscent of like our art style of the 80s. So it's just got like the stripes, but if you look over here, that's actually the Millennium Falcon. I'm not sure if I can make that stand out better. Yeah, so you can see like that's a Millennium Falcon over there on the left side. Well, right side for you, because mirrored, because camera. But it's just stripes. You know, it was just the you look at like a lot of the 80s logos and all that, they have like the big bold like lime green or orange lines going to stuff, maybe that have like a couple different color, like the Day of Technicolor. And then have, you know, like whatever their logo would be on the far side. It's funny looking at some of the old logos from some of the company. Like Microsoft had some wild logos over the year where they had like almost like the Led Zeppelin style font for Microsoft for a little while. The old school paper cut pattern. Yep. Like straight up Microsoft's like old logo had like the really sharp lettering and all that. And it's wild to look at some of those companies over the years and how they changed. All right, oh right, I deprioritized. That's why it's not getting done. So breathability is getting really good now. We're sitting at about 70%. And that's because I opened that up. It's going here. The carbon dioxide is slowly kind of working its way over and down, which is allowing it to very painfully slowly filter out here to where this can make more oxalate. This oxalate here, that probably needs to stop being done. Let's deconstruct that sconce. And instead what we can do is, that hurts to look at. Put another one up here and another one over here. Because what I want to do is have the oxygen try and push from this area out. That'll shove the carbon dioxide down and shove the carbon dioxide down here. This way, naturally kind of shove it out this way and all that. The big problem here is we're going to have a lot of density of air coming out here, which is going to want to push up here. So we're going to end up with a weird little pocket over in this corner of carbon dioxide that doesn't want to go anywhere. That's fine. Okay. Yeah. Another one. Automod jumping on. Let's see. Then you got a Mac. Then got one button mouse. Yup. Yep. I remember the one button mouse Mac. And people used to make a whole big thing that's like, no, you should really add a second button to your Mac. And at the time, Mac was like, no, we're not gonna be like them. How many buttons does the mouse and the Mac have now? Just saying. Of course, now we have the Magic Mouse, which until the very last version was a fascinating mouse. If you've never seen the Magic Mouse, let me find you a picture of the Magic Mouse. It is amazing. And this is what happens when you don't have, like, when you worry about aesthetics over actually doing it. So the Magic Mouse has the most ingenious place of putting its charging port for its wireless mouse. Right here. Right there. That's the bottom of the mouse for those who can't catch that. So when your mouse battery gets low, it literally means you can no longer use your mouse because you have to flip it over and plug it in from the bottom. And it wasn't 1 year they made that design, by the way. That was every version of the Magic Mouse until the last one. The last one, guess where they put it? On the front, which makes sense. So yeah. Does it at least have an induction coil in it so you could use the induction mouse pad? Oh, I have no idea about any of that. Like, I had one of those, I was like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. But that's because Apple really, really cares about the aesthetics of its stuff. And there was the people responsible for that particular device who were like, no, 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 I don't want to see the plug. Like, I want, you know, I don't want a weird, like, little cutout spot in the front. It needs to look nice. It needs to be crisp and clean. And it was just one of those things. Your computer decides to randomly disconnect every single Bluetooth paired with it. Ugh. Your PC was wireless, has it on the front end. It was good. You could use it in charge. Yeah. But so it's like, it's one of those things that on one side, you actually do have Apple comes out with a lot of cool new products that are, you know, revolutionary. And part of that is the fact that they just ignore the hell out of what anyone says and just do what they think is best. And that's good, but just as often, they make really dumb things that the flaws of it are extremely obvious for anyone who pays any attention. And it really is a 50-50 on that one. Alright, I'm not going to worry about the cuisine. You can keep doing what you're doing. Rhetorical answer. We can give you tidings so you can carry a little bit more. Because now that we've got good food going on, as you can see, like, Canahawk here is just ecstatic with existence. Couldn't be happier if we tried. Why not have a hatch? Could be clean and still plug at the front. I don't know. I don't know. It's one of those things that, like, Apple lives the way that Apple lives. And like I said, sometimes it results in really amazing things. They are the ones who basically gave us the smartphone as we know it. The iPhone was a thing that they ignored so many of the trends in the market and said, well, we're going to make this phone, and basically completely changed that entire industry. And other times they make the Magic Mouse. Sometimes they try to patent the page flip animation on mobile devices. And sometimes they, you know, actually try to make proper diagnostic tools in your thing. Sometimes they make your little helper on your thing that all it does is sits in your corner and bounces up constantly and forever, even if you engage with it, and you just stare at it going, please stop bouncing, I'm doing the thing you asked me. And other times they go, you know what? Maybe we'll just include some basic privacy, you know, protection. Yeah, phones on smaller, bigger. PCs did that too. Like, we had everyone was moving towards, like, the gaming PC, that kind of stuff for a good long while. Like, really, really heavily. And then, you know, a whole lot of people were starting to realize that none of us had money, because that was the housing market crash / recession. And so suddenly all of the computers started moving to like really budget e-machines you could buy for like $150, $250. Netbooks were all the rage for about 30 seconds, where they had the computational power of a somewhat rotten potato. It's just the way things work. I do find, and I don't know if the size of device is one of the trends, I do find there are some trends I find in different industries in that, where like everything will start moving one way and then people get upset with the shortcomings of moving that way, and then it'll start all moving the other way, and then people get upset with the shortcomings of that way, and they'll start going back over the first way again. In programming, it's a thing I see all the time where you'll go for what's known as a very strongly typed language, that'll be all the thing, and it'll help you like improve the like quality of your code and doing all these other things. But then that strictness in itself creates its own like, what's the word I want to use? Basically, because it's so strict, you have to be a lot more careful, and then people get annoyed that they'd be like so specific about everything, and so then they'll go for like more lax stuff where it's all interpreted, you know, data types and all that. And then that really causes a lot of people to have lots of problems, and then they get frustrated with that, and they start moving back towards the strongly typed ones, and they just kind of ping-pong back and forth every, like, 10 years or so. Used to buy these cheapo comps, $99 refurbished comps. You always had to cut parts of a video card to fit it in. Yeah. There's been a whole thing. How did... We can't take the wool off of you without you being in our area. So you're reading that Apple is not the first one to make the cordless earbuds? It was Bose. Apple got it out first. Yeah, well no, he wasn't in our area. That's why I'm confused. He's never been in one of our pens, so how did he get shaved? Because you can't shave them. And that one over there too. Maybe they're too hot? And it's just a thing that when they're too hot they get rid of it? So this is starting to get warmer. I am starting to heat up this outside area. I keep debating whether or not I should be punching through there or not. I'm trying to be patient and let them finish this up, is what I'm trying to do. Because once they finish that up, we'll be ready to do some other stuff. Oh, we actually got over here farther. I hadn't seen that we'd done that. Ooh. So there's very clearly a geyser under here, and weirdly a big open space around it, which is mildly concerning. Yeah, so if we look here. Yeah, so we've got that one. This is a chlorine geyser. What are you? We don't know what this geyser is yet. Alright, so this geyser is another water geyser. Okay. That's the edge of the map there. I don't think we got anything new over here. Honestly, for this being supposedly a geyser active planet, the geyser situation's been pretty underwhelming. Yes, we've got another water geyser way over there. Which would be interesting. Let's see, can I try and select you to actually... Yeah, so right, so the water geyser, it's not a lot of water per cycle. It is going to be coming out at 200 degrees, so like right at the boiling point and all that. And it spends about 1/3 of its existence erupting. So that's not a lot of water. You feel like oxygen not included again now. It's on your brother's Steam though, and he's playing Pal World. Yeah, I do enjoy oxygen not included. So I need to get that one tile done. Once that tile's done, we're going to cut across here because there's a water geyser there. And what I'm going to try to do though is we're going to try and get it so we've got a source, like a renewable source of water. In the interim, we're going to have absolute hell of mercury going on here. But that's fine. So now begins this catastrophe. Because once I get over here, we're going to be breaching out to space vacuum out here, which is why I want to build this layer of tidal over top. But we are going to sit here and mine through all that crushed ice and snow and all that, and it's going to be awful. There's going to be a lot of pain here. Ah, so I need someone with crop tending. Because that'll give me nectar. Alright. Breathability is still not doing great. Getting some actual proper lighter blue over here. These are still producing here. I guess... Probably don't want to put those wider. It'll have more problems breathing. I also don't want to go too much lower. So I think what we'll do is we'll plan to carve out another chunk like this. Drop the ladder. And we'll put like another layer of these down there for the meantime. Because they are burning ice, which is not that big a deal. But we got to keep that going. Right, I also need to be improving the insulation in here, because it is going to slowly bleed out. We have tons of material here, like tons of material here. Okay, so I need to cut over there. Put a couple tiles here. That'll take care of that spot. You need to have your ladder go one tile higher. And you can mine that tile because it's no longer needed. You need to make your ladder go one tile higher. And then all the rest of that will have to get self-sorted out. We will need to go over here just so that they can reach that. They can reach all this, they can reach all that, they can stand on top of that. Alright, so we're basically putting another layer of insulation. That's going to be trying to help mitigate that. We need to so we need to get the air pump to draw the carbon dioxide out of here and just shove it down there. That's going to be necessary. Probably put it over here, actually, because like I mentioned, with the high pressure of air coming out that way, and having a downflow this way, I think this is going to be a problem, and that's going to be a problem. This one, though, has an aloe vera, and this will be down here. So I think we put an air pump down here. We check to see if there's carbon dioxide above it. If so, the pump runs. If not, it doesn't. So let's start getting that going. So ventilation, gas pump. We put that there. We want automation. We are looking for... I don't have the sensor I need. Alright, we'll worry about that in a minute. In the meantime, we can work at getting this going. So ventilation, gas. We can run it in the wall. No, you won't be able to reach that, will you? We can run it through this wall. And I have a gas vent here. So start getting that built. And then the goal here is, again, to get to spill out the carbon dioxide. Do you have to throw other people out of all of their games to play something in Family Share? I believe with Family Share, only one person can be playing at a time. Like, on the account. And we're going to be lazy here, and for right now, I'm just going to go like that. Okay, so that'll let me do that. That's not a great solution. Actually, we can even make this a little bit better. So I'm going to go ahead and do here. Just put it on this side. Because then we can start making a pocket over here that'll push the carbon dioxide across those. And then if I get rid of this later, it can push it down through both of those. We will want the automation sensor for the carbon dioxide. Because our goal here is to get the carbon dioxide out. Get these all making oxalate to then bring it in, to bring the new air in. And over time, we'll have this basically be carbon dioxide rich down here. Now I can mine that, give it a little bit more flow through here. Starvation sounds like a self-inflicted problem. Considering we have an absolutely obnoxious amount of food. So right now we're going to say uproot that. Copy. Paste this. Here. So basically what I'm looking at is stop maintaining these. We already know those are going to eventually die in here. And I have way more food than I need, so we are just kind of wasting resources. So we can get rid of those. We've got our farm up here. It's producing entirely too much food. That's fine. We're still hauling our stuff over here. It's getting dropped in its various storage boxes. These are producing their stuff, which is good. Can't you add seeds to this? I'm trying to remember. There was something I could do with seeds. Like beyond plant them, I mean. There was some process you could use to refine seeds into something else. Breathability is just collapsing, despite the fact that this is kind of improving in here. Temperature's getting better in here. Alright. Yeah, and those are not getting any more polluted dirt out of it. These, we don't have any algae, nor do I have a means of getting algae readily. Where are the teleporters? So what we could potentially do is teleport to the other side and see what's there. Teleport to see what the room is over there. And see if we have any resources that might... Well, actually, we won't be able to bring the resources back and forth. Still, it'd be worth seeing what we can get out of that area. That's fine. And I know I've got the door there and I'm sealing over the door. The door bleeds temperature a lot more than the wall does. And I'm just trying to put a layer over that. Later on, if we get near the door, I'll tear the door down and make it insulation. Alright. Can I just overwrite these? No. I have to deconstruct them first, which is going to be a bit annoying. Let's just get it done. We can take that out. They can still walk the whole way around. Ish. They'll be fine. Alright. Yeah, as the air pressure builds up here with these off-gassing more and more, this should begin pushing that down more and more as well, so that'll be good. Yeah, there's no reason to go far that way. Yeah, so that's vented out the space now. So we'll be in complete whatever. So once I get this covered up, it's around here. We don't have to worry about it venting out the space anymore because this will be closed. Then we can cut straight across here. That's where that is. And honestly, we could probably just open up that geyser and just let it rip. It'll melt all this mercury and all this snow and all that, and it will work its way down here. But that's all sandstone and sedimentary stone, so it won't get into this area. Yeah, and it'll still be pocketed in there. Yeah, so it'll hollow out most of this on its own, which will be, you know, basically, you know, an environmental disaster for our poor little, you know, poor little adorable, you know, spigot pup. But you know, that sounds like a them problem, and not a me problem. Whereas I will get an infinitely renewable source of water. Okay, so we want to grab this, and I'll just put the airflow blocks to keep allowing the air to get through here. Yeah, once I get this all built, the air pump system over here, then we're gonna slam that door closed, because that should gradually pump out all the carbon dioxide up to this height, and I'll just have to manually deal with it. And whatever ends up down here, the assumption would be over time these oxyfern would help out with, and whatnot. It's just not doing much right now. Ooh, good, food poisoning. Heck yeah, what's happening that we're getting bad food poisoning? What's our germ situation look like? Just your bed. Literally everything looks good except the toilet, because I mean it's a toilet. The poo pit, because it's a poo pit. And Luxray's bed individually. Okay. Oh, I see. You can't reach that, so we'll cancel those 2 tiles. Is Luxray a snore? I don't believe so. If we look at your bio... No. Doesn't snore. Stress vomits if they get too stressed out, but they haven't hit too stressed out. No one has. Still don't care about the stuff there. Temperatures are still warming up in here. You mean the game, why is their bed away from the others? Oh no, it was, I built this first, and then we built the room for Luxray as well, and I didn't want to go and, like, redo this whole room. We might be able to expand this room to make it more, like, make it accommodate another person. What is the limit on the barracks? 64 tiles, and this is currently 33 tiles. Yeah, so I can just add them to the room. So let's go ahead and plan to bring this across here. Bring it across there. We can add a door. And then when that's done, we'll tear down the other door. And that'll give me room for another bed in there, too. Probably should have done that a long time ago, but eh. Probably should do a lot of things I haven't done. Yes, they're unhappy about low body temperature still. They're only 6 degrees off of comfortable, but that is something that will improve over time as we're doing a bunch of stuff. Heat is a problem that is always something to deal with trying to mitigate. Just queuing up everything to be swept. Our people are doing their best. Gonna keep getting the oxalate. Alright, so we'll go ahead and get this ready as well down here. I'm gonna go down a couple of tiles. And we are going to copy this. Sorry, copy this. And get in our line of those going. Alright, so She-Wolf gained another level. They're gonna be content there. Luxray can also take on another one. Oh, Luxray can take the crop tending, that's fine. Because that'll let them get the nectar out of the trees up here. We're definitely going to want the suits up here. And what a way I'll probably do the suits later is I'll probably make like another tiny room here that's just you walk in, you grab your suit, and you walk out. All that's going to be after we get like pumps and all that set up. Okay. And like I said, underneath there is the geyser. And we're just going to let that geyser rip. And it's going to cause a lot of problems. Oh wait, there's another geyser right here. What's under there? A hydrogen vent. Okay. And it releases its gas at 900 degrees. Alright. Well, I would like that at some point. Right now, that sounds terrifying. Because 900 degrees is going to be an incredible amount of heat to manage. On the plus side, it is right here. So there is a possibility of ways we can try and move the temperature from the hydrogen gas over to any other material. And if it's a material that I can kind of get lots of, you know, maybe not dump that material out into the vacuum of space. Because it is a thing you can do later on. Later on, you can, like, get carbon dioxide really hot and then just eject into space and just use that as a way of getting rid of all that heat that the carbon dioxide sequestered. That's not an effective way, but you can use different things in their gaseous states when they're like super duper hot and just, nope, don't want it, getting rid of it. That was one of the strategies for managing the temperature of spacecraft, is legitimately to have heat sinks on the outside of the spacecraft, and then once that heat is put like so much into that heat sink, you just pop the heat sink and launch it off into space. It just takes all the heat with it. That's a genuine strategy that is used in space travel. Because generally speaking, in space you don't have to worry about your ship getting too cold. Overheating is the real worry, because there's nowhere for any heat you produce on the spaceship for it to go. You need a material to accept that heat. Alright, so we'll go ahead and give you rocketry, so we can get you into the suit training. It's really curious that, like, you're doing all the mining, but the other person's nowhere to be seen so far as building. Yeah, I'll want to analyze that later, but... Yep, you remember reading about those heat sinks of the spaceship? Yep, Because the whole thing is for heat or cold to go anywhere, something like if I got a bunch of thermal energy, it's got to go somewhere. Now, there are definitely ways you can kind of push thermal energy to different places, like different engineering phenomena, chemical phenomena, where I could take my energy from one spot and shove it into a different location, but it has to have a location that's accepting it. And there's some things where, again, you can turn a temperature into a chemical process, which is effectively changing the form of that energy and all that. But ultimately, the whole point is to gain heat someplace, or sorry, to lose heat from one place, it must go someplace else. And so, as such, when you're in space and there's vacuum around you, there's no medium to accept that heat. So you just produce more and more heat on your system as you're burning fuel, and you have people inside, and all those things are generating heat. And you've got to do something to get rid of it. And you can use heat sinks to sequester that heat, where you pull that heat into the heat sink, but it still has to go somewhere. You can't just put a fan, there's no air to blow across the heat sink to then draw the heat away. So it just stays in the heat sink. And so the idea is you just got the heat sink to the point where it's no longer efficient at accepting new heat, and you just pop it off because you don't want the heat back. So you took all that heat that was on the heat sink and you just got rid of it. Oh, you poor seal things. You are going to have a bad time because everything above you other than that phosphorate melts very quickly. So once this thing starts going, all of this is going to start melting. We're going to end up with a giant pool of mercury and water. But all of that can just pool up all the way down here. That should be fine. Okay. Let's make it like 8. Because they're gonna want She-Wolf to get over here and research this. It's gonna take some work, because she's gonna have to run up, get a little bit of research, then she's gonna be like, oh god, I need air, and then she's gonna run away. And then if it erupts, I'm gonna have to stop her from researching anymore. But so you remember one streamer, Blongo, having a dupe binge eating a lot of calories, and then dying from getting dropped into space? And we, or at least me, were joking that this is the preferred method to reduce heat. Okay, so it's about to erupt, so let's not research it right now. Okay, it is already going. I wasn't sure if it was uncovered enough. Get out of there before you burn. So that water is being emitted about 200 degrees Fahrenheit. You'll notice it hit that that bonbon tree and immediately caused it to pop back to a seed. So now it's a matter of, we've got all this heat from this liquid that's 150 degrees. So if we look at this, that liquid is bright red, it hot, and is dropping on that snow and all that, which is not. Yeah, so this mercury is going to melt soon, right? Or no, it's obsidian. I'm sorry, that won't melt anytime soon. Obsidian is extremely heat tolerant. Alright, so research, get the next one. Here's to say you joined the dudes who wanted to be sent out into space and fly away. But yeah, so the idea is this is going to get me water. And so I'll have a mix of this producing water that will then melt the snow, it'll get cold again, turn back to ice, all that stuff. We'll have to do some management of it, but that is an unlimited power source. It is interesting that it's that cracked up there. Because usually that only does that if there's too much pressure. Which is interesting to me. Yeah, so that's going to erupt for a little while and create a lot of heat. And as you can see, again, it is creating a bunch of heat around here. There just happens to be a lot of snow. If we look down here, this snow is actually going to start melting soon. Because it's going to be... Oh, sorry, never mind. It's not going to melt, so it's minus. I lie. It's not going to melt anytime soon. Don't worry about it. Just float away and be like, why did you leave me? Yep. As it was meant to be. Still slowly heating that up. We're getting more and more of the snow and ice all out of here. That's all cute up there. We did get a bonbon tree seed. Generally speaking, if I remember correctly, when you have the meteor showers, it'll dump snow and all that on here. And I remember finding, just taking the time to like cut a flat path across the surface for all the snow to dump there and then the bonbon trees to drop there. You could just make a really effective nectar farm up there. And you just occasionally had to go through and clean up where the meteors buried stuff. Alright, so once that's no longer too hot for us to go through without burning ourselves, then we'll cut across. Okay. Meanwhile, let's actually give these ones here a higher priority, so we can keep any air that slowly spills through here from just going out into space. Alright, we're getting all the insulation built around here. We're getting the more of this stuff made. Start having you punch through to some of these other zones looking for other goodies. I still need to go deeper, and we've been avoiding piercing that warm zone. I'm gonna need to do that sooner or later, I know it. I still don't get why you're fighting me on this. Can I deconstruct this door? No. I'm probably just going to have to manually walk a dupe through that door. There's no reason for me to dig farther over that way. We've already explored. Alright, we're going to disallow him going out there, and I can control it that way. So what I'll do is each time this stops making this worse... Actually, I shouldn't have done that. So allow that. Cancel this. Cancel that. So we can still have a person building up here. Because the good news is we're not actually getting much steam popping out of here. It's like right on the edge of where it could become steam. But then this is all cold around it. So it doesn't really matter. Cool. And with that, it's now sealed, so it at least won't keep leaking out to space. Alright, so... fancy fries, yep. We'll eat nicely. And then we had someone else with skills. So we've got Vitez has skills. They do our building and all that. I will go ahead, since I have 2 points in that already, I'm going to go ahead and put a point into digging. That way they can dig and build, because I'll just make him not have to run back and forth waiting for a digging person. Honestly, well, actually, no, we do want to close that off still. Yeah, because all that's going to melt eventually. Yeah, but here goes the first of those tiles starting to melt to the snow. And eventually I won't be able to get anywhere near this thing just because all that'll have melted. I won't have a path up. Now, the way a lot of those like volcanoes and geysers and all that work is they have a fairly long phase that they run where they produce stuff, and then they have a fairly long phase where they stop producing anything. Alright, I'm going to tell you to move to... Fine, I'll make it like high alert. Go do it. You can path there, right? You can go walk up. Yeah, you can get there. I have literally made it a yellow alert that you should submit the bioscan. Please submit the bioscan. I can't disassemble the door, but I need you to do the bioscan so I can open the door so you can keep going that way. Clearly there's something going on. Alright. So you can climb the ladder, you can hop over here, there's nothing one tall. This is totally fine to climb up here. Yeah, the path is fine. Alright, hey, you know what I'm gonna do? Move to right there. Is it only one side they can do it? That'd be such a weird choice. It also sounds the exact type of choice this game would make. Alright. So we'll go ahead and take that back off of that. In that case, we're going to take the other route, which is going to be, I'm going to hack through the floor and just mine right across the floor. And stop fussing with this. And it'll just cut a big hole through the floor and go that way. We could have done this without the violence, but you know, here we are. Yeah, hydrogen, like, this clearly to do, I'm going to have to expose myself to space. Alright, so we got a meteor shower. And as you can see, they're going to smash a bunch of rice. Sometimes they'll drop bonbon trees. Oh, the bonbon trees seem to dig themselves up. Oh, that's cool. Alright, so then the idea there would be, once we have our spacesuits, is I would clear a flat layer for all the snow and let the bonbon trees go. And what you don't realize with bonbon trees is you can actually hook them up to pipes. And we can pipe their nectar down into our base and all that. And so we could actually literally go through there, get ourselves a layer of the bonbon trees to get that nectar, and you can turn the nectar into plastic, as I recall. And so working on the second layer of our insulation still. Getting that all sorted. The oxygen is getting really good inside our perimeter. We're up to about 1,200 grams. I was expecting this to be a problem. I might need to reconsider. Alright, so luckily we haven't built any of this. Let's just cancel all of this pipe. Because very genuinely, I was expecting that to be a big problem. Because there's just not much airflow here. But that's really looking like it's not much. And very genuinely, I think it's not going to be worth our time. Because sure, I'm going to have a little pocket of carbon dioxide there, but who cares? It does seem like we have enough pressure up here that's shoving that down. And that over time we will get this sorted. The big thing is waiting for this to reach a temperature that this can grow. Once we can grow the oxyfern and all that in here, that'll be big. We do actually have a decent amount of polluted oxygen. The good news is polluted oxygen, from what I recall, mostly likes to sit just below at the lower level of the oxygen level. So if we do continue to have this, it should bring that polluted oxygen level to around here. That'll probably be where the carbon dioxide level is. And then it's a matter of scaling this up on how much up or down. And I don't mind the polluted oxygen builds up to be a thick layer here that still gets eaten by that thing. And you're getting to 10, 12 degrees here, so you're not too far from melting snow and all that. Yeah, and that's the same here. No working on sweeping it, it's all good. Yep, so all the mercury is starting to melt. That's what's happening up here. That's like, this whole thing is gonna fill up with water and mercury and all that. And it should start melting this down below here and slowly carving this down. Once it starts filling up with oxygen up here, it could also clear that up. Yeah, so you can see how fast the mercury changes temperature, that it's just straight up carving a tunnel through this mercury. Now it's got to a vein of mercury. Yep, we can no longer reach that. Because that opening's too wide now. The good news, the air is so thin here, there's not much heat transference going up. Eventually we might have to worry about that, but not yet. But I'm just letting that go to build up a water supply up there, and then we'll be able to pump the water down later. The mercury-rich water. It'd be perfect for my dupes. Nothing I need to worry about at all. Alright, and slowly... slowly getting the wood. Yeah, and that's the other one. If I try to grow the bonbon trees myself, I need to give them snow. And snow's really hard to make in the game. Unless something changed. I remember snow, that was like one of the big problems was. You could make ice super easy, but making snow is not easy at all. Alright. Yeah, so those are making our oxalites, that's good. We're up to about 1,200 grams of oxygen. That's the thing, is I think it's somewhere around 1,500 that these will stop off-gassing. The air pressure will be too high. And that's where like you start hitting that equilibrium where then you just don't have to fuss with it, because anytime you start lowering the air pressure, it'll start off-gassing more oxygen. As long as you have a way to getting the extra carbon dioxide out of the area, it's fine. Okay, copy and paste. Alright, so I know I'm going to end up regretting this. Let's go down here. I'm going to deconstruct those two. I'm going to put the door there. I'm going to punch through into the hot area. Well, warm area. It's actually like room temperature area down there. That is going to slowly bleed heat back up, which is the concern. But at the same time, we should see what else we can find. Because there's going to be a lot of resources we can use and all that. It'll be good to get around. It knows by blowing air through misting jets, which creates cooling needed. It requires a lot of power. Yeah, nuts. In-game, the only source you have for renewable snow is... the snow will come like in meteors and smash down, but then you have to have people run up here and mine it. And for like using for filtration, it's just really inefficient. Alright, so the mercury got cool enough that it did re-solidify. But once it starts emitting even more water, it's just going to go and keep melting and freezing, melting and freezing. It'll take its time. You'll slowly carve this area, drop a bunch in there. It's going to be just these areas like phosphate here and granite there that'll like work its way through. We'll get it all sorted. Alright. We have so many tasks that are not getting done. Okay. Now, some of the other things we could do is to start to stabilize the air situation. The air, we can pump it around where I don't need the temperatures as well managed. I can make an enclosed space to try and deal with it. The problem is these things, I have to feed them. Whereas we have something like the electrolyzer. So that ends up taking water to produce oxygen, hydrogen. Produces a heck of a lot of heat. But that's one way to start getting ourselves some better airflow. Because water, we will end up having a bunch of renewable sources of water as time goes on. You have other ones there, like you got the oxygen diffuser, that depends on algae, we don't have that. This depends on polluted dirt. We don't really have that. We're already using the oxalate, which is using the plants. The algae, we don't have algae. Rust, we don't have a good source of rust. The carbon skimmer just destroys carbon. I believe it destroys carbon. I want to say the thing it gives me back is polluted water, which is what I remember. I think the electrolyzer carbon skimmer process is you use this to turn water into hydrogen and oxygen, and then you use this to destroy the carbon that you get back from it and give you polluted water, and then you turn your polluted water into clean water, and you've got your cycle. And it's not a lossless process. We do end up needing to introduce new material, namely the water, which is where stuff like this comes in. Carbon skimmer uses water too? Yeah, but I thought it uses water and gives me back the polluted water. So I don't think we lose much in the way of water there. I can't remember. For some reason, I feel like you end up with more on the other side of it. Oh, I shouldn't do that. We can check. Yeah, so it accepts 1,000 water and it puts out 1,000 water. So there's no loss from the water side of things. The only loss is you are destroying carbon dioxide and then the fuel to make power. Yeah, and the toilets, those get polluted dirt. These ones will give us polluted water. So you get 11.7 kilograms of polluted water, and it uses 5 kilograms of water, so you have a gain of water. So they end up becoming a primary source of water. Have you ever thought of packing carbon dioxide into gas tanks? Or soda... For soda and rocket fuels? You can do that. Like, there's, you can use the carbon dioxide for a bunch of different things. Like, that's the magic of the game, is no matter what you're dealing with, there's almost always 2 or 3 different levers you can pull to handle every single problem. And so it's just a matter of going, okay, based on my current situation, which lever should I be pulling? Like, which are the correct levers? That explains what's happening here. Yes, then you'll be able to climb up, get over here, scan this way, get over there. We can get over here far to see more there. There's a lot more map left over on that side. And you're starting to carve down this way. Alright, so finally they don't have to walk the whole way around again. But without eliminating the airflow. You know, are bleeding that air out. Just because I don't have enough carbon removal down here. Alright, we have rust. Later on I can use that rust to produce oxygen in a pinch. We aren't making very much polluted water. We're making some, but not a lot. Yeah, so we're going to have the problem of dealing with a bunch of this. So one thing you can also do to help with this type of situation, if I have a surplus of oxalate happening, where we're watching the oxalate get dumped on the ground here, once we hit that point, I can put some of the sconces down here on a lower priority, and they will effectively, like, increase the air pressure down here and then kind of compress the carbon dioxide to give me, like, little pockets to breathe. That's not a long-term solution, but it will help us get down and be able to do more here, because it looks like we might be getting stuck where they just can't get the jobs done down there. They get down there, they start, and then they need to rush back up to get air. It doesn't look like you're erupting much right now. And that got cold enough the water re-solidified. Which weirdly works out that you'll be able to, like, run across here and maybe analyze it. It's not dormant yet, but it's taking a while to erupt again. And then the water here is cooling out to the point that it's only uncomfortable, not silly dangerous or anything like that. But there's one thing about Oxygen Not Included, is a lot of, okay, do this project, and kind of just waiting for your dupes to get it done. That there are some things that just take time. Like our wood is stable. We are keeping our power grid in here just fine, so we don't need to worry about that. I can just watch the sand here, and if the sand becomes a problem, I can just crush some of the granite on that to get it topped off. The polluted dirt, I've got plenty. That's what's processing down here. The ice, I've got more than I could possibly dream for the time being. Right, apparently never mind that already. So what we're waiting on is eventually this will go dormant, and then they can run over here and you can analyze it. And instead of just trying to guess, it'll be like, I'm going to next erupt after this amount of time. I'm going to next go dormant after this amount of time. Like, it'll just flat out tell you. Okay, so there's the only Saturn creeper I've seen so far. Which, again, that is a plant that if critters get into it, it eats them and it makes hydrogen. So it's really, really useful. But it's got an upkeep that unless... Like, I'd rather keep it wild than bring it into my own base. This I also got to watch out because that has the zombie spores. It's easy to handle as long as you're smart about it. But if you just start going out there, they can be pretty dangerous. Alright, so I am going to probably do... So 2, 1, 2, 1, okay. And what we could do here is we could do something absolutely ethical that you should not question, is we're going to add a critter drop-off for any surplus critters we have. And then this critter drop-off, we're going to go ahead and get rid of. And don't worry about it. It's probably okay. And what we'll probably want to do is find some place in here. What temperature are you? What temperature are you happy with? You're actually basically need to keep you below freezing. That's what I need to do. That shouldn't be too bad. Basically, we're gonna make like a big pocket for it to dump the hydrogen into. So probably put a door here to air seal it. They run them. The hydrogen just gets pumped up here. You know, and we can make it more compressed later. It's unfortunately only one, and I really would like to have more of those. I'll probably have to manage them myself. It gets really wild that sometimes you get gifted a pip, even though the pip can't survive with how cold it is. And if you can get seeds of these things, you genuinely just try and find a room, and you just release the pip in there and just be like, let's see if the pip manages to get that seed down before it A, dies from freezing to death, or B, manages to, you know, gets eaten by the very thing it's trying to plant. Yeah, so we're trying to cut in here. Get that sorted out. We'll get rid of this one. So all the surplus animals we start wrangling and all that, they go and feed this thing. You don't actually have to feed it that much. And honestly, the polluted water is not too bad. Because what do we all get from it? So it takes 10 kilograms a cycle of polluted water, which is a pretty decent amount. It'll occasionally give you a big pile of meat. But the downside is that water's gone. Like you don't get clean water back or something like that. Or some other liquid that you could then process back into water. You get hydrogen, which is a fuel. So that's kind of one of those levers you pull where you're like, I have surplus water that I need to do something with. Here's a way to get rid of that water and to get another bonus from it. Okay, so waiting on that, we're waiting on that. We've got the insulation almost completely done around the other sides. The oxygen outside of here is getting pretty thin. But inside here, we are reaching a point the oxygen is forcing down the carbon dioxide up here. And even the polluted oxygen up here, while it is getting stuck like I said it would, it's not as bad as I expected it. And I don't want to make this ventilated here, because this is going to be all polluted oxygen here. So I'm trying to force it to go through the deodorizer. Eventually we push that down enough, that should handle the most of our polluted stuff. How's the temperature going? They're still in like the teens of warmth. Please deal with that. This area up here is staying right around freezing for right now. Like, with all the snow, that'll help out that. So interestingly enough, because that ice had a chance to refreeze, it's basically put a layer of protection between it and the mercury. So the mercury is staying as liquid right now. It's just not doing much. It's gonna take a while. That's a lot of area it's got to warm up. Oh, Luxor actually got one of the tiles built to your area too. Probably need to cancel you going all the way over there. Oh no, you're actually making okay progress when you get there. Like 5 or 6 blocks before we have to retreat. There's more snow and obsidian over there. Because that's what I'm trying to do, is see what biomes are around us. Because for example, if I find where we've got the Saturn Creeper here, if I find an area where there's like a whole lot of Saturn Creepers, like 8 or 9 Saturn Creepers all bunched up in one spot, I'm going to want to get there immediately, because that's a place I can just start shoving all our extra animals in bulk. And just, that gives me a limitless amount of hydrogen. Like, it'll only come so fast, but that gives me another power source so I can let that hydrogen build up. And with all that extra hydrogen, that gives me a good power source. Yeah, so this is oxygen all in here, except for, like, the hole with the carbon dioxide. And if we sit there and put the vent up here, where when it comes to pumping the water, it won't pump once it's filled, we can let this reservoir fill up with water now and with polluted water. And it'll be like just the one tile width of carbon dioxide there. All the rest will be oxygen going out here. Which means our oxygen level should be around here. And then, yeah, these should take care of that. And if we ever get to the point where we shove that down, there's like basically no carbon dioxide, then that just turns off. I don't anticipate those being a great way of dealing with it, though. I'm assuming I'm going to need more than that. Yeah, you need a lot of water per cycle. It's going to be too awesome when all the creatures falls in the feeder plant. Well, the feeder plant eats slowly. That's the only downside. Alright, here we go. So all creatures go there. So any spares we got go here. And so we've got you are a higher priority. And then this sign means the surplus get removed. The surplus get moved up here. They'll feed that thing. It'll start spitting out hydrogen and occasionally give us meat. It'll enable the auto harvest on it. And for right now, it'll just collect up here just anywhere that's kind of higher elevation. It'll get stuck in those areas. We'll definitely want to ultimately go in here and make, again, like a pocket for it where I can pump the hydrogen into the system. We're going to have a little while before that's a genuine concern. So I'm just not going to sweat it until we're closer to that point. Let's go ahead and deconstruct these algae things. I have no algae. They're above where the carbon dioxide line would be anyway, so they're just going to be inert forever. I believe they'll give me dirt back. Looks like dirt and water of various kinds. Alright. We're still waiting for people to get our things done. So you've punched through, well actually you got 2 tiles left. And you weirdly got, like, I don't know what that pattern is over there. I might tell them just to mine those 2 blocks as well. Even though I don't really care. Just because we get that tiny little bit farther, I should be able to see what's at least over in this area. We're definitely going to need to get people masks and all that. Okay, so we've got a geyser under here of some kind. Gold volcano. So, the gold volcano is an excellent source for refined metal. It's also terrifying because it spits out liquid at 4,760 degrees Fahrenheit. It's liquefied metal. I don't need to explain. That's freaking hot. So, that's cool. But, you know, the thing that's opposite of cool. But it is a source of unlimited refined metal. Which certainly has its advantage. When did I get to see this? Wait, how did I get to see that? That's the dream machine. And there's nothing down here. That's fine. Oh, when I dug here, that must have done it. Unfortunately, we just found more bees. I'm actually disappointed. The last couple times I've had this, I've had at least... Oh, wait, there is a Saturn Creeper in there. I missed a Saturn Creeper right there. I'm surprised. The last time I had a Saturn Creeper in the bee area, it was constantly eating the bees. I think it's because the larva are one tile below it that they can't get to it, where the other one it was down there. And so it was just like free hydrogen just being pumped out of it at all times. I do wonder if there's a way I could make that happen. I don't think so. Like, I don't think if you destroy the hive, I think it's just gone. And that's the end of it. But if we get a hive up to this level somehow, they would have the larva there, you put that there, the bees would go walk in here and get eaten. Right, cancel that. That tile's far enough to see what we're gonna get to see. Yeah, so I've got the gold volcano there. The gold volcano, as much as I'd love to mess with that, is not happening anytime soon. That's gonna require steel and a whole lot of stuff to deal with. I'm gonna be on the lookout for another dupe, I think. If we can find a good dupe, we'll do that. But with that said, chat, it is going to be about the time that I want to switch games. So we've been having a good time with Oxygen Not Included tonight and all that. We are going to be switching over to Farming Simulator 25 because I want to pick up on where we left off with the Dare Drop run and all that kind of good stuff. Get that sorted out so I can get a bunch of keys for people. Because I will be able to, at the end of it, get, I think it's 7 keys for the full game of Farming Sim 25, plus the Nexat DLC, as well as 1 key for the McDonald DLC, and 1 key for the CR11 Harvester that no one really cares about, but, you know, hey, if you like a spray-painted gold harvester, that's the whole thing we got going on. So bear with me. I'm going to go ahead and get that switched. If you're over on YouTube, I actually took the time to get the host thing switched over. So in theory, what should happen is I should end the stream on you for Oxygen Not Included, and it should kick you over to where we're going to start the stream for Farming Simulator 25. I don't know if it's going to work because I've not done this before, but we're going to find out together. So with that said, everyone, let's say wait for the crossover between Farming Simulator and Star Wars so we can have Moisture Farming Simulator. Excellent. I'm on board. Count me in. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and kick YouTube out of here for a minute. We'll be back in just a couple minutes, YouTube. All right, it was saying that everyone's going to be sent over to the other location, which is good to know. All right, so I can go to the new location.